Maybe not care, you just stay off it for a little while till it feels better, that's all you do. Lee has one, so you do that too. Lee has one. Oh, there you go.
Councilman Frank,
Make it feel better.
Good.
Actually, do you have a,
Yes.
do you have a Theragun?
7 o'clock.
Theragun, put on that.
Karen, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Mr.
Mr.
Phillip,
Smith,
you good?
is Mr. Smith not in
He's not.
attendance today? Is he out?
We did this.
Okay, the time is 7 PM and I call this regularly scheduled meeting of the Red Oak City Council to order. Let it be known that we have a quorum present with Councilman Drake, Councilman Councilman Franklin, Councilman Goodwin, Councilman Lightfoot present. Councilman Smith is absent. All city management and staff and directors are here. And notice has been called or posted in accordance to Texas Government Code Section 551. And we're here to conduct business for the city. So, Councilman Drake, would you lead us in the invocations, please?
Yes, sir. Understand.
Father, we come to you this evening to first of all ask you to forgive us for our sins, Father. Father, we thank you for this day, and we continue to thank you for your grace, Father. Father, we ask that you continue to bless this council, Father. We ask that you continue to bless our first responders, Father, each and every person in this building this evening, Father, in this great city. Father, we ask that you continue to reach your hand out, Father, to those in California. Father, we ask that you continue to be with us, Father, lead us, Father, lead our words, Father. We thank you for all that you do and all that you've done. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, sir. So now we're at a time for presentations and recognitions. And Ms. Stevens, you have some exciting news to share with us.
Mayor, Council, I would like to give you an update on a new achievement in our office. Sorry about that. This is Summer Colston, our Deputy City Secretary, as you know. In January, she graduated from the Texas Municipal Clerks Certification Program. So she is now a Texas Registered Municipal Clerk. Let me tell you a little bit about the certification program. Graduates complete approximately 200 hours of individual study over a 4-course curriculum and attend 8 two-day seminars for an additional 100 hours of classroom study. The curriculum includes selected texts and a number of special readings on topics like public administration, election law, budgeting and finance, municipal law, and personnel management. To date, 1,101 individuals have earned the Texas Registered Municipal Clerk designation. The program is located at the University of North Texas. It is a university-level professional education program for city clerks and city secretaries in Texas. The program is the third oldest of 47 programs around the world. The certification program is recognized and endorsed by Section 22074 of the Local Government Code. So please help me congratulate Summer on this great achievement, and she is now a Texas Registered Municipal Clerk.
Thank you for your hard work. Okay, we have 2 proclamations that we get to share, and I'm gonna come down there.
We have a hand pump.
We actually have library board, friends, bukus of them.
Yeah.
We're Glad for. So. February 2024 is Love Your Library Month. Some of us know how to read, some of us don't. But if you show up, they can sure help you. We are so fortunate, we moved from a little bitty old library now to a busting library that's double this room size, and we're so excited. And at the helm is Ms. Cook, and we're glad that she's here, and we would, their mission is to create a welcoming environment for everyone to celebrate the joy of literacy, learning, creating, communicating, and cultural exchange. And we, and myself as council, hereby proclaim February of 2024 as Love Your Library Month in the city of Red Oak, and encourage everyone to visit libraries and thank librarians and the city staff for making this unique and wonderful institution possible. And we had a grant, which, have y'all received all that, or have you started working on that? And you wanna, I don't know if everybody here knows it, can you announce it?
Absolutely. So we were fortunate enough to receive a grant from Google for $100,000 to create a makerspace area at North Pike. So the goal of the makerspace is all about introducing innovation and technology into the library. So we are working hard with the city to get that plan developed and established, and we hope to have that before the end of the year. So lots of good exciting changes coming to the library.
Yeah.
Be sure to keep stopping by. Almost every time you come by, you'll see something like that.
So we have the space now, and it was a great fit for a business that chose to make Red Oak home. And now with our library board and our leadership of this library aspect, we're excited to see how many more kids we can get them hooked on reading and being tonics. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Guess what? Now it's your turn. Come on up. So this other proclamation for the month of February, specifically February 24th, is for Governmental Communicators Day, or Government Communicators Day. This board, this department, this committee, up to three.
We have a couple of.
Yeah, a couple of others. They really help get the word out for all the great things that are happening within our city. They put together a lot of photos and opportunities and videos and press releases. And we are just so thankful. So the city is proud and has deep gratitude and recognition for the government communicators' professionalism, dedication, hard work, commitment, and enthusiastic and sacrifice. And that we as council get to proclaim February 24th as Government Communicators Day. And we encourage all residents to thank a member of the Communication Marketing Department who have dedicated their careers to ensure that the city has effective, impactful, successful communication strategies that resonate and are relevant. And as you drove in, you probably couldn't miss that great reader board that we have there on the corner. And I think in past years, we were deficient in trying to get the word out properly. And so we think that that's gonna go a long way to help making things. And if you didn't get to see my, State of the City address, the videos that were put together, video with, council members, it turned out really good. And so thank you very much. What else do you do? Come on.
A little bit of
Oh,
everything.
internet stuff. Yeah, all the stuff that you see on Facebook, things like that. But thank you.
Thank you.
Happy, happy.
Now's the time for citizens' comments. Citizens' comments are, anybody can get up and speak. We ask that you filled out some paperwork, and if you haven't, please, I'll still allow that. I do have two that are, have been, put in, to speak. We just ask that you limit your speech to about, 3 minutes. So if you would, when I call your name, please step forward, announce where you live, and just realize that we probably can't address or speak to something that, one, if it's not on the agenda, we can't talk about it. And two, if it's a concern, then we may direct city staff to get with you and see if they can help you out a little bit more. So it's not that we're being cold-hearted, but it's just the way we have to operate. So Charles, Haney? Haney? Okay, so I'll read it in, or I'll have, Mr. Fuller, if you'll read it in.
Yep. So this is from Charles Dane, 304 Water Street, inside the city limits. And his comment is need to get a stop sign on Waller Street in Summit. If people cannot get up to speed and have to stop, it will be safer for everyone on Waller Street. Maybe that would help from folks that want to speed.
Ms. Montgomery.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I think I know most of you, but if not, my name is Ann Montgomery. I'm the County and District Attorney for Ellis County. I've served the citizens for 21 years in Ellis County. I started on February 3rd of 2003. I got a text from the judge today and said, "It's today your anniversary." I said, "No, you missed it by just about a week." So I started, he said, "That's a lot of institutional knowledge." So yes, I do have that. I wanted to give you a little bit of an update. I am running for re-election, but since I took office in January of 2021, my office has filed 5,154 misdemeanor cases. We've resolved over 5,000 of those cases, and this was even with COVID. Felony cases, since I took office, we've indicted 4,477 cases and resolved 4,348 cases. What people don't understand also is our drug possession cases have gone down, but our violent crime has gone up a little bit in the county. The county is fastly growing. Last year, we were the fastest growing county in North Central Texas COG region at over 5%. Because of that, last year, we indicted 16 homicide cases, with 9 of those being murder and capital murder. And the year before that, 15 homicides. So we're a growing county facing some of those growing issues that comes with a growing county. Since taking office, I've hired at least 6 attorneys with 116 years of experience between them, including the Manhattan District Attorneys with over 20 years of experience, Tarrant County, Harris County, and Collin County. Experienced prosecutors, which, as you know right now, anything in law enforcement right now is difficult to hire. I think the chief will probably agree with me on that, because it's just a difficult profession, especially post-COVID. Just last year alone, we received 77 protective orders to protect victims of family violence, and 40 of those were lifetime protective orders. So that's in addition, that's just the criminal stuff, not to mention all the civil things that we do for the county. So I am seeking re-election. The early voting starts next Tuesday. March 5th is election day. For 21 years, I've done truly what I believe is my calling to do, and I want to continue to do that for the citizens of Ellis County. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Was there anybody who wished to speak but didn't get a paper turned in?
We don't have any.
Okay, excellent. All right, so we will move on to consent agenda. Consent agenda items are items that are considered routine in nature and may be acted upon as a whole with one motion. Any item that a council member or city staff asks to be pulled may be done and considered separately. Council, is there anything that we need to pull?
Mr. Mayor, number 7 and 8.
7 and 8. Okay. Pull those to the side. Is there anything else? Okay, hearing none, I ask that we get a motion for items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12.
So move.
Second.
Okay. Councilman Franklin, Councilman Drake. Those in favor?
Franklin, aye.
Goodwin, I.
Drake, aye.
Lightfoot, I.
That passes 4-0.
Testing, testing.
Did I miss who had done it?
You got it right.
Okay, all right. All right, Councilman Franklin asked that 7 and 8 were pulled. We'll take item 7. And that's consider adoption of resolution number 24-010R, the city of Red Oak, Texas, approving the purchase of 2 Chevrolet Equinox vehicles for the police department as approved in the fiscal year 23-24 budget, authorizing the city manager to execute the necessary documents to purchase vehicles in the amount not to exceed $75,645 from Lake Country Chevrolet by utilizing contract number 210907, competitively bid by the Interlocal Purchasing System, a Texas purchasing cooperative, which is attached here to and incorporated herein as Exhibit A, providing a repealing clause, providing a severability clause, providing an effective date. Chief, or you? Yeah.
What,
Questions?
was there anything
specifically?
specifically?
Yes, thank you. Actually, my question are the same for 7 and 8. The use of the vehicles, and if we're spending 300,000 for vehicles, are we getting the best use out of these vehicles? An Equinox seemed to be a little bit more compact, so I'm not sure what the intent would be for these vehicles.
So the Equinox will be used for administrative purposes in the administrative division to include criminal investigations as a vehicle versus a full-sized police pursuit vehicle, which are more expensive. These were a more cost-effective, fiscally responsible decision for us for administrative vehicles. They'll still be outfitted with lights in case they're needed for backup on a traffic stop or an accident or something, to have their proper warning equipment. But they're a cheaper vehicle that is a little bit more fiscally responsible, that will meet the needs of the administrative division and criminal investigations.
And doesn't take near the wear and tear beating that patrol units will take.
No, sir.
Okay, and that will be the same question for number 8. If we need to read that for the record, if not, I'm fine if we don't need to.
So the-
Yeah.
Same question.
All right.
Well,
So,
why don't, Mayor, why don't we just take 7 and 8 together, and then if, Mr. Franklin has any questions relative to that, item 8, he can ask those, and you can take those 2 items in one motion if you split 2.
all right, so
Okay.
let me read it. And so item 8 is consider adoption of resolution number 24-011R, the city of Red Oak, Texas, approving the purchase of 3 Dodge Durango vehicles, including the installation of accessory equipment for the police department as approved in the fiscal year 23-24 2000 year 2023-2024 budget, authorizing the city manager to execute the necessary documents to purchase vehicles in the amount not to exceed 295, that two hundred ninety $209,516 from Dolson CDJR LLC by utilizing the contract number 210907, competitively bid by the Interlocal Purchasing System, a Texas purchasing co-op, which is attached here to and incorporated herein as Exhibit A, providing a repealing clause, providing the severability clause, providing an effective date. All right, so Councilman Franklin, your question is also, so are these patrol cars?
So as we submitted in the budget, we submitted for two additional patrol units based on our staffing, and one that would be utilized as a command vehicle in the patrol division. They were initially spec'd as Chevrolet Tahoes. The lead time on those is approximately a year. Best case scenario, year and a half, worst case scenario. So we looked at an alternative SUV that would incorporate or be able to receive all of the equipment that we put in the vehicles. And we found that the Dodge Durangos were available. They had met specific ratings with regards to testing that met our requirements. They actually come in a little cheaper than the Tahoes would have if they were completely outfitted. So we made a decision to look at the Dodge Durangos instead of the Tahoes because one of their availability and two, because of the cost. But they are pursuit rated patrol vehicles that will be in service. They are also going to be utilized for our UAS program, our drones. And those will be the vehicles that are outfitted that'll have the drones in the field daily.
Thank you, Chief Wolf. So we have 5 vehicles, correct? At about, give or take, 300,000. What if the lifespan of I'm more concerned with the Equinox than I am with the Durangos. The lifespan should be okay as well. I guess what I'm kind of ultimately asking, if we're going to spend the money, can we get the best that's going to hold us for the longest with vehicle choice?
So a couple of the challenges is one is the availability. As far as their duration and lifespan, we expect to get anywhere between 5 to 7 years out of the administrative vehicles. And right now, the way that we're rotating our fleet and patrol, we expect to get a minimum of 4.5 to 5 years out of these patrol vehicles. We rotate half our fleet every 3 to 4 years.
How many miles would it be on the vehicle?
Right now, the threshold that we look at to start recommending them coming out of service is approximately 90,000 miles. It seems when these vehicles get to about 90,000 miles, it starts having a pretty significant impact on our vehicle maintenance budget. So that's when we kind of start looking at them for coming out. And the factors that we use for that is what is the actual vehicle maintenance that we're spending per unit. We track that every month. That's in our monthly report. We tell you how much we spend on each car every month to maintain them. So about 90,000 miles is when we rotate those vehicles out of service, or we recommend that they start being looked at for rotation out. The ones that have a really low maintenance record, we'll try to hang on to them a little longer. But about 90,000 miles being driven like police cars, that's about the most service life you're going to get out of them. So we're looking at that on average for us, the way we rotate our shifts and the way we have them staffed up. We only put 2 people per car, and after about 4 years, we're pushing about 90,000 miles per unit.
It's not just the cost associated with the maintenance on the vehicles, but also the downtime. So if we're down on our patrol vehicles, that puts a kink in.
But 70,000, you're talking about half about equipment going into that thing?
So right now, when a vehicle comes out of service, we repurpose a lot of the equipment that's in the vehicles, like our video camera systems. Those get moved over to a new vehicle. Radars get moved over to a new vehicle. We try to keep the cost down on new equipment. In this case, these vehicles are getting new lighting equipment because it's unique to the Durango build, but it still came in cheaper than if we had put equipment from a Tahoe in it that we were taking out of service because these are new purchases. It's actually adding to the fleet because of our approved staffing levels. And we need the extra vehicles to keep them from being driven 24/7, 365. Because of our 12-hour shifts, one's assigned to days, one's assigned to nights. They each have two drivers, one day, one night on one side of the shift. So that keeps it down. So they're not being run 24/7, which keeps the mileage down.
Chief, this is all within your budget.
Yeah, it was all stuff that was submitted and approved in budget last year.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Good. Councilman Leonard? So entertain a motion to approve, items 7 and 8 together.
So moved.
Councilman
Second.
Franklin, Councilman Lightfoot. Those in favor?
Franklin, I.
Goodwin, aye.
Drake, aye.
Lightfoot, aye.
That passes 4-0. Item 13. Consider adoption of resolution number 24-016R, the City Council, City of Red Oak, Texas, ordering for a general election to be held on May 4th, 2024 for the purpose of electing a mayor, council member place 1 and council member place 3 to the city, Red Oak City Council for 3-year terms, establishing procedure for said election, designating the location of the polling place voting center, designating the filing deadlines, designating presiding election judge and alternate presiding judge, providing the publication and posting of notice, providing for authorization to enter into joint election contract for election services with Ellis County to conduct such election, providing a severability clause and providing an effective date. Ms. Stevens,
Yes, sir.
something that we do routinely year to year.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mhm.
Nothing's out of ordinary. Okay,
No, sir.
council, any questions?
No questions.
Entertain a motion to adopt resolution 24-016416R. That's Councilman Lightfoot.
Second.
Councilman Drake, those in favor?
Franklin, I.
Goodwin, aye.
Drake, aye.
Lightfoot, aye.
That passes 4-0. Item 14 is so continue a public hearing, consider an approval of ordinance number 23-01. We're doing it. Okay. Number 24-003, the City Council, City of Red Oak, Texas, providing for voluntary annexation of a territory generally described as being 291.908 acres, more or less, out of the R. Crow Survey Abstract Number 199, W.M. Winifred Survey Abstract Number 1145, and the P. Smith Survey Abstract 1365 in the City of Red Oak, ETJ, Ellis County, Texas, as described in Exhibit A, which is attached here to and incorporated herein for all purposes to the City of Red Oak, Texas, and extending the boundaries of the city so as to include said property within the city limits and granting all inhabitants and owners of said property all the rights and privileges of other citizens, and binding all inhabitants by all the ordinances, acts, resolutions, and regulations of said city, providing for a service plan which is attached hereto and incorporated herein by reference, providing a severability clause, providing an effective date. And this is continuation of a public hearing, so I don't have to reopen it.
Correct.
Okay.
Right, you could just announce that it's reopened.
Okay. So it's reopened. Here we go. So,
And council, this is the little panhandle piece of the data bank property. It's actually the entire data bank property, but only the little panhandle piece has not already been annexed. They're just re-annexing the main piece to be able to get the small piece. It's the one that we continued from the last meeting until after they did the zoning and everything else. This piece is not actually part of what's being developed for the data center, but it goes along with that property and it's remaining under the same zoning classification that it previously was.
So is there anybody here that wishes to speak on that, right?
Right.
Yep.
For,
Okay. Can you put a map up there on the board, on TVs, just to, so everybody knows? Since it's continuation, I want to make sure everybody is understanding what we're talking about. Okay. So is this that little top corner, that one right there?
That's right. That's the piece that's not already in the city.
Yep.
And it's coming.
Back off a little bit, let me see the whole piece again. Over by me, isn't it?
It is.
you thought about annexing, just annexing your line.
Okay. Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion. I'm sorry, so how do I put the time? It was reopened, it was continued at 7:30.
7:30.
Close enough? Okay, so it was continued at 7:30. Now I'll entertain a motion at 7:31 to close that public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Lightfoot, Councilman Franklin. Those in favor?
Franklin, I.
Goodwin, aye.
Drake, I.
Lightfoot, aye.
That passes 4-0. Now, council, is there any questions that you have on this for this ordinance of approval?
No question.
All right, entertain a motion to approve ordinance number 24-003.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we had a gaggle approving. I think it was a good one. Oh, okay. Good one and Lightfoot. Those in favor?
Franklin, I.
Goodwin, aye.
Drake, I.
Lightfoot, aye.
That passes 4-0. Item 15, conduct a public hearing and consider approval of ordinance number 24-011, City of Red Oak, Texas, amending the code of ordinances by amending chapter 13 utilities, article 13.14 right of way management, division 3, technical specifications, section 13.14.078, underground service requirements to allow for certain exceptions on the internal streets within the data center development, providing a repealing clause, providing a severability clause, providing a savings clause, providing a penalty, fine not to exceed the sum of $2,000 for each offense, and providing an effective date. And this is Mr. Hartman.
Council, right now, our code of ordinances, regulates the placement of overhead power lines as well as overhead, telecommunication lines. So as of right now, anytime that Encore, AT&T, Charter, anybody who wants to put in a new line, it's required to be put in underground unless it meets a specification of 60,000 volts or higher. So that's no communication lines bring that, but Encore and Hilco have some large lines that meet that. I believe they refer to them as transmission lines. But anything below that 60,000 is required to be put underground if they do it new. Now, there's some stuff that's been installed a long time ago, and they're allowed to maintain that, replace poles, add poles within the same line, things like that to support that. But anytime a new development comes in, or Encore or Hilco needs to run a new line, and they approach us for permitting purposes, we have to tell them that if it's under 60,000 volts, it's got to go underground. And that's caused just some, a lot of back and forth between us and both of the entities. So in this case, in this specific case that I'm gonna bring as an example, the Schneider Electric and Compass teams out there out at the data center site up at Austin, Houston School and Tater have asked Encore, who then asked us if they could install overhead lines to serve the new site out there. Being our ordinance what it is, we just had to say no because of the way it's written, there's no leeway. In order to try to work with them, we are proposing this amendment that would allow some leeway from a staff perspective that could allow some overhead lines. In this case, it would be only on streets that are internal to a development that contains a data center is the way it's written. General intent is to not have poles and power lines junking up your sight line in the right of way. The general intent, I think, in this specific case is being met, just because it's kind of an off.
It's a public road, but
It-
not a lot of public utilize that. road.
Right.
It's not something where people are driving by on Oakville Road or Method Street.
Right, so I kind of drew up a little example here, especially for this specific case here. So here's the Compass site, Compass, Google. So Houston School would not be allowed to have any new lines. There's already some out there, but where we'd be talking about specifically is on Tater and then some on Austin here possibly. Which again, like Todd said, are public roads, but not really traversed by the public.
And the other piece to the puzzle is in these industrial areas is where you're gonna have the power substations. So it's not like it's gonna be out of place in an industrial park where they have massive electric substations in there in the middle of it anyway.
Right.
So if it's not on and these are on public access roads, even though it's within that.
Yeah,
So-
so the
so-
idea is just to say that it's internal to the development. So like on Houston School, that's a perimeter road, so we wouldn't want to be going that far, but internal where it's data center facing the street, and then on the other side, the data center facing the street.
And like you wouldn't have it out on Ovella Road or 342 or some of those areas. It would just be internal inside the industrial park itself.
So if they ran it along the railroad tracks, that's perfectly fine.
Well, we would say no to the railroad tracks because that's adjacent to a perimeter road
Even though it's
versus.
divided by a railroad.
That's the way we didn't want to give too much leeway, I guess is, we wanted to give some, but not, we didn't want, what we don't want to have happen is then it's like, well, why don't we just start doing it for residential developments too? Why not?
Yeah.
We already do it over here, let's do it over here. So we don't want to go down that road, I guess.
So I guess that kind of leads into my question. What stops us from other developers from asking for the same treatment?
So the way the code amendment was written is it specifically has to be within a development of data center uses. But yes, I mean, anybody can ask anything, right? But this is really only for data center uses is the way it's written.
And how does us approving this benefit Red-Oak?
It
Well, for one
helps
thing,
us.
for one thing, it doesn't put us about 4 months behind on getting the data centers. But
It only gonna take that long, put in 100 yards. About 10 years ago.
Well, hang on. So you gave us background. Let's open the public hearing first and then
Okay.
let's hear from people and then let's talk about the
Fair
rest, okay?
No problem.
All right, so the time is 7:39. Yep. Let's open this public hearing. Anyone wish to speak for and or against this ordinance?
It's like I sinned against the world.
Kenneth, is this something that y'all been working on? Or are you here for something else?
Good evening, council. Kenneth Govan, area manager for Encore Electric Delivery Company. Did I give my address?
Yes, please.
Yes, 1220 East Pleasant Run Road, DeSoto, Texas. Yes, this is something we've been actually working with staff on. We're actually doing a data center in actually serving the power for the data center. We actually have installed a new substation. That's actually one in Red Oak, one is actually tagged over in Lancaster as well. We actually extend the transmission line in regards to serving the data center. Then we get to the actual property. We're extending still a high powered line that's actually going to go onto the private property. And so this actually would work in regards to getting this project done for us.
So you're for it, I guess is what.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
all right.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I would be more than willing to answer any questions that the council may have.
Okay, thank you. Was there anybody, thank you, sir. Was there anybody else that, needed to speak on this item? Entertain the motion at 7:40 to close this public hearing. Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize.
Sorry, I was late.
I'm a quick, I don't pull triggers.
Alec Browning with Brassfield and Gory. Address is 8206 Fenwick Court, Taxi, Texas. We're the general contractor for this project for both Schneider Electric and for Compass Data Centers. So speaking for this motion, this will help us greatly in getting power to the job, getting these things open and helping to spur the economy here in Red Oak. So also happy to answer any questions that y'all may have.
Thank you. Actually, I do have a question. So I guess I'm still concerned, and maybe Ben, you might have to piece it together since you are doing Google data center. So there are telephone poles that are running along that southern perimeter fence and then run up along the railroad track. But those are internal telephone poles. Are those at a voltage that is greater or less? And should they be underground? Are these temporary during construction?
We're talking about on the Google site?
Yes.
The Google site, they have a lot of temporary ones right now.
So those will come down once they're done.
Unless this is applied, then they could leave them up.
What?
I guess I don't know about the ones on, I know there's some that run down Austin right now that are marked temporary poles.
Right.
I don't know that I've not seen the ones along the railroad track.
Can we pull up current Google video and see if it shows that? Anyway, I guess, and that's what I'd asked you once before, because I thought, we made a developer, well, do I need to close this first before we get into this?
I don't want you talking about somebody else. It's not on the agenda.
It's about power poles.
Well, all right.
Hang on.
I don't know what you're gonna say.
Yeah, I know. I'm a loose cannon.
Yes, you are.
These along 342 were never permitted by us. These were long since existing poles. Now,
Yeah.
I don't know about on the other side of the railroad tracks. I know Google has installed,
Okay, so go right there across from the bank, Wells Fargo Bank. Do we have a current one looking north?
again, these were
Oh,
all
so this is all
installed
before construction.
much prior, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, this is January 22.
okay, all right. That's all I was gonna ask. Okay, so, entertain that motion at 7:43 to close this public hearing.
So moved.
Councilman Franklin, Councilman Goodwin, those in favor.
Franklin, I.
Goodwin, aye.
Drake, I.
That passes 4-0. Okay, so now,
One of the things that I want to tell you all, and it's important for you to understand that the Public Utility Commission, and the Texas legislature has taken away some of your ability in the public right of way to affect utilities in the public right of way. And that responsibility has been taken away from you. Our current regulations require the developer to incur the cost to bury the lines. Doesn't require Encore to bury the lines. It puts the onus on the developer. That's how we can legally regulate this. So what they're asking for is an exception. Doesn't change our rules. It just changes the fact that we're gonna accommodate this industrial user with an industrial area wouldn't affect other parts of town. It would just basically affect data centers. So what Mr. Hartman's asked you to consider in this is within your bounds to do so if you want to make an exception to allow, because some of these lines are numerous and carry a lot of electricity because that's how they operate those data centers, obviously, with all those servers in them. So I think this is probably a one-off ask. You probably wouldn't consider this for any other kind of use.
Thank you for that, counsel. May I see the subject property, please?
This specific user that's asking is located here. So we've got the Compass Data Halls and then the Schneider Electric building here, and then the future Compass Data Halls here.
Do the current buildings have are they underground or above ground?
They have above ground, I believe, going from the substation, which is here,
Yeah.
to the halls. And then there's also old and new lines that are larger scale along Houston School Road. So this would just be for Tater and then Austin, because they're interior streets.
10 years ago, I recommended that we put stuff underground in Red Oak. And I thought the Encore guy was gonna have to give him artificial respiration.
Oh, we do
have
someone else.
Well, we can have Chinese spaghetti all over this doggone town, but, you know, we get enough heat from these, from our citizens. Let's make this thing look decent and clean it up rather than having lines all running here and there and everywhere. That's my outlook on it. That's all I've got, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Mr. Franklin, you were going to say something?
Choosing my words wisely. I echo your sentiments, Councilman, to a certain extent. But I do know with being in development, we may prefer the underground lines. I personally prefer those as well. But in this particular case, it seems like it only affects this particular development for the interior of the site
At this time,
at this time.
got a bunch more of them coming.
All right, I'd really still like to know the answer on those poles that you can see from Oakville Road and stuff.
They T-poles though, right?
The ones that run up Austin right now.
No,
No,
I'm talking,
if there are some along the railroad tracks, right now, they're temporary and under the ordinance as proposed, those would go down.
so the voted on today,
Yes, if they're along this
right?
perimeter roadway, we would be asking them to take them down.
Okay, bury it.
But they've already put some along Austin as temporary that they would then be able to
Okay,
potentially keep if the poles were of a non-temporary nature.
okay. And what about along Oakville Road? The ones that are,
The ones, there's already poles along Ovilla. So if they put them in the same alignment as
no,
Ovilla,
they're further, they're like 200 feet further north.
okay,
So if you'll go back, yeah, into the property, if you'll go back to the.
then that would be a perimeter road and we would ask them to be taking those down.
Okay. So since you're the developer or you're the contractor, can you comment on those?
But not for Google, right? Compass and
Comments?
Schneider.
I apologize. Okay, all right, sorry about that. All right. Thank you. All right, I'll still entertain a motion to approve ordinance number 24-011. And partly because partly because that's what I'm gonna entertain.
I think you have to entertain it, but if you had more comments on it, you can make them.
Okay, I'll consider the motion to approve ordinance for 24-011.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, that's by Franklin, second by Lightfoot. Those in favor?
Well, now that we have a motion,
Oh,
I can
what?
come on readiness. So this is only strictly for this particular project, not necessarily for total
The
ordinance.
way the ordinance is written, it says for data centers.
Okay.
Another data center.
Thank you, sir.
Do your statement, Pete. Right now.
Sure.
Yeah, so according to what we've been told, it's going to put Compass back about 4 months in getting the development for their new major user. No, not Schneider, their new big.
Somebody
data
that we
center
don't know who it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that is, we ought to have his information.
Right.
Would you consider that to be correct, guys?
Yeah, absolutely.
How deep do they bury those things and how long is it?
Same they're gonna do.
It's probably a minimum of 24 inches, but it's probably deeper than that. I don't know.
Yeah, how deep do they bury the electric lines?
Yeah.
It's based on, I assume voltage and then, existing
Tell 'em
utilities.
about
that they
these.
do. I don't know. Kenneth, do you know the answer to
But they'll
that?
be marked, so
I don't know how deep they are.
Who wants to know the depth, typical depth for a line like this?
Those lines are usually 36 to 48 inches, depending on who else is out there with us.
How wide are they?
Again, depending on who else is out there with us.
These,
I don't think
these,
You said,
these lines.
well, again, telephone's gonna be out there, cable's gonna be out there, we're gonna be out there.
Right.
So it depends on our right of way out there would be 25 feet, 25
But
feet
this
wide.
Hold
this
it,
is not,
big.
this is not a question for your line of work, right?
I can get the information and bring it back,
No, I
but
don't know. I just wanna know.
yes.
We can't.
What distance are we talking about in length? You know, Ben?
Mhm.
For the first kind of run, looks about 2,700 feet or so from Houston to Tater, or from along Tater, from Houston to Austin.
Not half much.
Half a mile. Thank you.
Okay,
My unreadiness is satisfied, sir.
say that again.
I'm good.
Okay, so
We
you're
got, yeah, we
saying,
have a motion with a second, in a second. So I
Yeah.
think we're ready to vote.
yeah, so, and that was by Franklin and Lightfoot. Okay, those in favor?
Franklin, I.
What favor?
Drake, I.
Lightfoot, aye.
All right, so that's
Those opposed?
opposed.
Aye.
All right, so that's 3-1, still passes. Item 16, continue a public hearing and consider approval of ordinance number 23-063 of the City Council, City of Red Oak, Texas, amending the comprehensive zoning ordinance and map of the City of Red Oak, Texas, as heretofore amended by granting a change in zoning from commercial C1 to plan development 163, PD 163, to allow for reduced landscaping and parking requirements on a site described as Lot 2B, Block A of the Red Oak Business Park number 1 and addressed as 305 South Highway 342, City of Red Oak, Ellis County, Texas, requested, or ZC 23-32, requested by John Bush. Dr. Emma.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The applicant still does not have all their materials ready or the application requirements ready. So we're recommending denial without prejudice, and the Planning and Zoning Commission also recommended denial without prejudice. And that just means that right now, our ordinance states that if the council recommends denial without saying without prejudice, then they can't come back within a year. But if you mention without prejudice, then they can come back to apply again within a year's period when they're ready. They have everything ready for the zoning application.
Oh, well, technically you need to open the public hearing.
What's a continuation?
Well, then you have to close it.
Okay.
And then we can vote to deny, which is the recommendation of P and Z and
Staff.
and staff.
Okay. Okay, is there anybody that's, but they can still speak at this public hearing?
Sure.
Okay, was there anybody that needs to speak at this public hearing? All right. So I'm sorry, Ms. Stevens, it was 7:54 that we continued this public hearing, and at 7:55, I'll entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
That's Councilman Drake, Councilman Franklin. Those in favor?
Franklin, aye.
Edward, I.
Drake, aye.
Lightfoot, aye. That passes 4-0. Now, I'll entertain the motion to approve ordinance number 23-063. And I'll entertain that motion
Let's do this because this is weird.
but you don't like me to do that.
I know, and I'm gonna ask you to do something out of sync. That's why I'm interrupting you.
Okay.
I think since the applicant is not here, they're not ready, it's obvious that this needs to be denied because we don't have the information to go forward. So I'll allow you to entertain a motion to deny without prejudice.
Okay, so moved. So he said, and that's Councilman Lightfoot and Drake. All right, so this is a motion to deny ordinance number 23-063 without prejudice.
Yes.
Those in favor?
Franklin, aye.
Edward, I.
Drake, aye.
Lightfoot, I.
So that passed, that, because of the way it's worded.
It passes and
4-0.
the item's denied and they may bring it back within a year after it's denied.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Item 17, conduct a public hearing and consider approval of ordinance number 24-012, the City Council, City of Red Oak, Texas, amending the comprehensive zoning ordinance and map of the City of Red Oak, Texas, as heretofore amended by granting a change in zoning from Agricultural District AG to Plan Development 169, PD 169, to allow a mixed-use development of townhomes, single-family residences, and commercial use, 28.739 plus or minus acres of real property located approximately 1,450 feet south of East Ovilla Road and east of North State Highway 342, as described as a tract of land situated in the Benjamin E. Fraser Survey, abstract number 371, and the McKinney and Williams Survey, abstract number 751, in the city of Red Oak, Ellis County, Texas, as provided in Exhibit A, which is attached hereto and incorporated herein, providing a development plan, providing a landscape plan, providing landscape plans, lighting plans, fencing plan, elevations, house design schematics, utility plan, and plan development regulations attached hereto and incorporated herein as exhibits B through I, providing a repealing clause, providing a severability clause, providing a savings clause, providing a penalty of fine not to exceed the sum of $2,000 for each offense, and providing an effective date. This is ZC 24-03 requested by A.N. Moore Consulting LLC, Dr. Emma.
Mayor and council, this is a proposed mixed-use project. This west portion is actually within our city limits, and then during the last city council meeting, this east portion was annexed into our city limits. The proposed project actually consists of commercial and single-family residential. they are proposing for the commercial to be at the very north portion, which touches 342. And the back portion will be one lot of single-family homes, 210 homes. So the very front portion, they're not developing it at this portion, but they have, and they worked with us with compiling a list of proposed or potential commercial uses that could go there eventually. And they have oriented the building so that they face the street, and so that it's more pedestrian oriented. So when they are ready, or if this does get approved, they'll have to come back and submit a development plan, site plan, and detailed landscape plan and elevation plan for the commercial aspect of the site. But they have submitted detailed plans for this single-family development. And that back portion is about 24 acres. And all of the homes will have access to what we're calling internal drives. Private internal drives are going to be maintained by the property management, but citizens will have access to it because they are dedicating the pond for city use. So citizens can have access through those internal drives, and the site is not gated. So citizens will actually be able to get access to it.
How big are those lots, Priscilla?
So this back portion is all one lot. This is all one lot.
Are the buildings interconnected?
No, they're each going to be single buildings. But it's gonna be like a multi-family concept where property management maintains the entire property.
How wide are the lots?
So
One
it's
lot.
just one lot.
One lot.
Like a shared access.
There's no individual lot lines.
Then they use the houses though. Town-owned houses, JTPs, whatever, but that's, how wide are they? I mean, they talk about 30 feet, 40 feet?
What are the size of the homes? Let's just.
So the homes range from 833 square feet, 1 bedrooms, to 4 bedrooms, 1,560 square feet.
And they have, what, 5-foot setbacks on the sides?
Minimum 7.5 feet.
How
That's the
many
minimum.
properties? How many
Two-
homes?
210 homes.
210, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Mhm. So this is a really unique design in that the homes, they're like designed that they're on Muse. So the homes really face internally. So when you walk out your street, you're going to see the sidewalk, you're going to have your landscaping. Each home was going to have a ornamental tree with 3 shrubs on the front. So let me get to that. I was going to go through. So when you walk out, or if a resident is living here, then they can just walk out. And here's the sidewalk and here's their neighbor. So they all face internally. And the garages will be facing the drives.
The garages in the back or they in the front?
The garages will be facing,
Face the street.
yes, will be facing those internal drives.
The front of the building faces away from the street.
So for example, this is a garage, this is the garage, this is the garage, this is the garage, and then this is the internal where all the front doors are. This is where people exit, and then this is a sidewalk here. This is the unique concept. And then the internal drives will be all garages. And let me get to the elevations. It probably make more sense. Get to elevations. So this would be the front, and this would face the internally. So it would face the sidewalks. These are the Muse. So all the landscaping and the sidewalks would face internally. So here, these are just the elevations, but imagine here would be the homes right across from them. And then these are the garages, and these are what face the internal drives, which are the public access easements that citizens have access to.
So there's sidewalks right there, like what you just had your finger on?
No, not here right now.
No.
Yes,
Right.
yes,
This is
on the
side.
internal. There's 5-foot wide sidewalks.
So there's no sidewalks going down the streets.
Correct, but the Planning and Zoning Commission, they did recommend approval with four conditions. And one of the conditions was that sidewalks be added along all the internal drive aisles. Another one of their condition was that the clubhouse, because I wanted to talk about that, but they're also presenting some amenities. So one of them is going to be a clubhouse. They're going to add piers onto the pond. They're going to also propose some passive gathering areas with the fire pit and pergola, and a pool. So the Planning and Zoning Commission also recommended that the clubhouse have access, the restrooms have access to the public.
Because there's a walking trail around the pond.
Yeah, so if they're
and that's open
there,
to the Public.
right,
That's dedicated to the city. So we don't have to worry about doing another restroom at a lake.
Dr. Emma,
yes, sir.
I have a question. If this pond is public access, do they meet the parking requirements for the public to come and use these amenities?
Yes, sir.
How many parking spaces? There's 6 that I see along this. Oh,
There was a north-south, if you go down a little bit there, but there's more there too.
So total parking provided, well, this is including the garage as well, is 506 spaces. But the surface parking is 86 spaces.
and that's visitor parking?
Visitor, yes. So on street
throughout the
and
sub-
public.
There's no
That's
parking.
throughout the subdivision.
Correct.
Well, if you scroll down just a little more, I think there's a, yeah,
think
see,
what
right
Councilman
there,
Frank
where your
was talking
cursor
about
is, looks like,
Oh,
was that about
right.
25 spots right there?
Oh, yes. Okay, yeah, just for the pond.
Yeah,
These.
and then
This
there's
is-
6 or 8 over on, by the clubhouse area.
Yeah, I see the 6 or 8.
And then even up a little bit further north, it looks like there was another 8 or 10.
Yeah.
Up in the top left corner, well, now the very center left of the screen.
The fire pit.
Well, the
Oh.
fire pit, and then across the street from the fire pit, there's more there too. Yeah.
And down.
Are these parking spaces?
No, why do they have-
Yeah.
Which ones?
At the very ends of the walkways. I'm just looking at the end of each walkway. It looks like there's some parking spaces as well.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman Lightfoot. I see them there.
So,
They are spread out all over, but it does look like around the pond area. are
Yeah,
parking
I see
spaces.
that, but, okay.
so walk us through this specifically. A management company. What? Yeah, so couple things. I guess, do you want to speak anything else and we'll open the public
Yes.
hearing and then we'll.
Yeah, so the Planning and Zoning Commission, they recommended approval with one, the clubhouse have a restroom which has public access. Number 2, the sidewalks be added along the internal drive aisles. Number 3, a trail be added around the pond. So currently there's the sidewalk here, but the recommendation is that the trail be added around the pond and that a covered school bus stop be added on site. So they could work with, that hasn't been submitted yet because that was a recommendation at P and Z, but they'd be able to work with staff so that we can basically have a strategic location for the bus.
So do we need to add that to ours before we approve it?
Yes, and
Assuming you approve it, you want to add those things, assuming you agree.
I also,
Any others that you.
and also tentatively added it in red to the PD conditions, assuming that it gets approved.
So are these are considered townhomes then
There's considered single-family homes on one lot,
on one lot?
because they're not touching, they're not sharing a wall.
This is basically kind of what Ted Zeta tried to do back before he did his development. Is kind of an internal single lot. One owner owns all of it and rents it out.
Or rent it out. So
It's a rental.
it's like non-connected apartments, basically,
Right.
that are each individually designed and freestanding.
Right,
I
right.
got it.
Okay,
See,
So-
townhome here.
Well, that's just for
So-
concept.
I think
It's-
townhomes, the
yeah.
concept
Yeah,
is
it's
not
the concept.
necessarily like the definition of
It's
it.
still single family, but it's what you call a shared access.
It's a single
No
family.
one owns a
home
lot.
on One lot.
They just own.
All right, so
rented
this
lot.
is a public hearing, so we're gonna open the public hearing, we'll get talk, and then we'll probably have you back up to try to answer or handle that, whatever. That public hearing will open at 8:09. And is there anybody here that's, developer, excellent.
Good evening. My name is Nikki Moore. I'm the owner of A&N Moore Consulting. This is a project I've gotten to work on. I'm an independent consultant. I specialize in land use planning and entitlements. A little bit of about my background, if you will, is I started my career in municipal government. So I absolutely can empathize with the push and pull relationship that you have with developers. And that whatever developers put on the ground, you're stuck with for the next 100 years, right? And so with that, being an independent consultant, I get to be really choosy about what developers I work with. And I'm very, very picky in terms of what the developers are going to bring in terms of quality and what they're willing to actually place in a plan development that actually gives you as the city some teeth. So I want you to kind of think of me as more of a mediator and a translator tonight, so I can speak kind of both sides, both languages. And so with that, actually, one of the largest developer, Greystar, is with me here tonight. They're going to be the developer of the residential, should this be approved. And I actually have one of the managing directors here with me
Can you
tonight.
speak closer to the.
Yes,
mic?
I apologize, sir. Yes. I have one of the managing directors here tonight who's actually a Red Oak native. And so I just wanted him to come up here and introduce himself before we dive into more of the site plan. And I'll be kind of giving you a tour and answering a lot of those questions that you were addressing to staff.
Good evening, council, mayor, TJ Moore, 600 East Las Colinas Boulevard, Irving, Texas. I am with Greystar, but I did grow up in Red Oak. I grew up on Rock Creek Lane, 11 Rock Creek Lane. And what you're going to see tonight is a new type of housing development. And so I got to hear all you guys talk and Mr. Franklin, you talked about shared access. I've done more shared access development in the city of Dallas than anyone, which is in essence, a way to detach a home and get the same density as a townhome, because no one really wants to share a wall, floor, or ceiling. And at Greystar, we are the largest multifamily developer, but we develop all types of rental housing. And we do that because there's a mass demographic where multifamily isn't the only solution. And so what you're going to see tonight, and Nikki's going to really break this down for you, is this type of community you're going to see tonight, I don't believe has been done in the nation. And I wanted to bring it to Red Oak first. And part of the strategic land plan is being innovative. And this is an innovative product. And we are one owner, and there's a reason for that. It's because it is going to be maintained and managed, and it's always going to look like it did the first day. And we're also going to show you how we take care of some of those worries, because we provide things in our PD, like maintenance standards, that the city's going to have teeth to hold against the developer to make sure that it is maintained to what you're seeing here tonight. And Nikki's going to walk you through all of that. And I'm going to be here to answer questions as well, but I just wanted to kind of give you an introduction of what she's going to walk you through. And I'm really excited about this project. And we've put in a lot of work and effort and months to get to this, to make sure that we do have the right plan for the city of Red Oak, and excited to hear what your comments and questions are.
Thank you.
Thank you, TJ. Okay, so a little bit of background on the site. Emma kind of covered this a little bit, but the site's only accessed from Highway 342, just south of Avila Road. Right now, there's no current development on the site. There's not even really a significant amount of trees or anything. It's kind of been clear cut. And so a small portion of the site was already in the Red Oak city limits. The rest of the site needed annexing, which you accomplished that on the January 8th city council meeting. At this time too, as she said, there is no concrete plan for the commercial development. What you're going to see on the site plan is conceptual in nature, but it articulates the vision that staff has kind of laid out for this area. But a majority of our presentation will focus on the unique residential development. So with that, I like to kind of start 10,000 foot view and kind of drill down as we get through the presentation. And I don't know about y'all, but I love a good plan. And y'all have a really, really great land use plan. And so this particular development, I'm gonna use my mouse to kind of circle and highlight this area, fell within that planned area 11, which you had called out that you desired to have more of a medium density residential community between 5 to 10 dwelling units per acre. our site is really falling in that 8.72 range. So right there in the sweet spot in the middle. And you also laid out some guiding principles of how you wanted to see Red Oak develop through this plan. And those were that it was family oriented, business friendly, proactive and fiscally responsible, multi-generational, a vibrant city, and innovative. And so as we go through the presentation, I'm also going to take time to highlight how this site accomplishes some of those goals that you laid out. All right, and so with that, let's kind of dive into this site plan. First, we're concentrating the commercial portion along Highway 342. The number one in commercial marketability right now is, especially if it's not going to be at a busy, hard corner intersection, is you're selling visibility and you're selling ease of access to your constituents and what you're marketing to bring in. And so, you know, I know you've all been also reading Strong Towns, which puts a large emphasis on pedestrian connectivity, right? And more of a focusing, prioritizing that pedestrian access over more of a vehicular approach. And so we've been working with staff, and as you can see, these buildings are really oriented closer to the road and the parking is more secondary in the back. I think we've seen a lot of developments across Texas right now that really push those buildings back off of the highway, but you're parking and then you're walking through an urban center or a parking lot to actually get to your destination. By moving these buildings up close and personal, we're actually focusing and prioritizing pedestrian access over vehicle and making that more of the focus of the community. As you enter this development, you're going to experience more of a divided median that will be landscaped. We're going to provide sidewalks and shade trees to continue that pedestrian connectivity from the commercial to the residential portion. And we're going to create a sense of place and a sense of arrival through cohesive decorative pavement, landscaping, and signage. So even though these developments are going to be coming on kind of at different times, we want to make sure that that's really comprehensive in nature. So it feels more like a master plan community that was intentionally done and designed. And with that also, I know there's a huge kind of debate and case studies out there about what comes first, chicken and an egg. Do we do the commercial first? Do you do the residential? I can see in a lot of success stories where, especially even in master plans, I'm going to use Viridian as an example in Arlington, where you had tons of homes on the ground before your commercial was really activated up front, even off of a really busy road of like Collins Street and 157 that's running right there by the airport. And so I think bringing on this residential community is really going to help attract the neighborhood commercial that you so desire in this area and for this mixed use development. As Emma said earlier, this residential neighborhood is designed to have the look and feel of a traditional single family neighborhood. These 210 homes, they range anywhere from 1 to 4 bedrooms, and they go from 800 net square feet to 1,700 net square feet. They're all 2 stories. They all have standard 2-car garages. In this community, some of the homes are street facing, and I like to point out some of those too for you. So that means their garage and their entry are actually on the road, and you're entering those from the drive aisle. And that's kind of like these right here. I kind of want to, if you can follow my mouse here. In most cases, these also have driveways that are a minimum of 18 feet in length, and that's to provide additional off-street parking. These are more of the larger homes, if you will, that might potentially have more drivers than maybe a 1-bedroom home. These homes also have the benefit of more of a private backyard space. And so it's really kind of meeting even a different demographic, if you will, within the same community. The other homes are courtyard and mews facing. In this instance, the entrance and the garage there's an entrance and a garage off the drive aisle, but the main entrance of the home is accessed from the courtyard. These are probably my favorite types of homes because they really promote front door living. It's kind of like a little community within the community. It really forces you, because your yard space is in the front of your home, it promotes more neighborhood and neighbor interaction. In most of these cases, the garages are just a maximum of 5 feet off of the drive aisle. And this is done intentionally because we want to discourage and prevent folks from actually parking parallel in their own driveway. So all of these drive aisles through here are, fire lanes. We do not want any on-street parking unless it's in a designated and specific parking spot. And that can all be managed through the property management group at all. A lot of people have concerns about garages. They think, oh, well, some folks just use their garages for storage, right? They're not using it for vehicular storage. Well, in the lease, another benefits of having property management on site is in their lease that they have to use their garage for vehicular storage. So it keeps those cars off of the street, promotes visibility for pedestrians, and creates more of a walkable community. Now let's talk about two things that I'm super passionate about, and that is landscaping and fencing. So these are two things that I truly believe can age a community the fastest. And so in here, we have programmed a 6-foot tall masonry fence to run along between the residential and the commercial areas, as well as between the other already existing single-family neighborhood and this new development. And then in the front yards, those little courtyard yards, we are programming a 4-foot decorative kind of iron fencing that creates a sense of place, a sense of ownership, a little bit of sense of privacy in terms of that, and also kind of keeps the dog from like running wild and chasing after a squirrel when you let him out in the morning, if you will. So we've written all of this into the plan development standards. As TJ, the ongoing maintenance for these items, we want them to remain looking as they are intended this evening for years to coming. So those entitlements and those plan development standards, they run with the land, even if the ownership ever changes hands. And so you as a city get to benefit from that because it gives you, your code enforcement, the teeth to withhold a certificate of occupancy until that tree is replanted, until that landscaping is coming under, until the fence is repaired. And it's just really, really one way that gives you a little bit more control about how this community will continue to look all the way into the future. As we kind of mentioned earlier, this site is pretty barren. And so we are going to be adding shade trees throughout, in addition to ornamental trees, one ornamental tree for each home, shrubs, ground cover and whatnot. And when I say this development is not going to look cookie cutter, it will look like Pleasantville because all of the lawns are going to get to be mowed at the same time. You don't have to wait for your neighbor to get tired of his grass being up to his knees in order to get that mowed. So it's going to look pristine and well cared for with seasonal color throughout the year. Okay, so we're going to continue to drill down. And that kind of covers more or less, being an innovative community. It's business friendly. We want this residential to eventually support that commercial up front instead of that commercial being a standalone piece and not really having anything else to anchor it. And then as we kind of go, we want to create this family friendly. So of course, we have things that are just for private access for the residents, which would be the club, which also has, fitness center, meeting spaces, a pool and whatnot. But, the outdoor areas, we've kind of programmed some passive congregational areas right here, such as a fire pit. We'll have some open air seating and benches, walking paths around the pond with additional benches as well, some bike racks, things of that nature that really can pull the community in. And so we've even designed a couple of 50-foot piers for fishing. It's come to our attention through this process that a lot of Red Oaks residents already utilize this for fishing, even though it's on private property. And so we want to amenitize that and really make it available to the community and give back through that. So right here through Fox Glen, right here, there's no vehicular connectivity, but there is going to be connectivity through sidewalks and bike racks and things like that. So we want to, once again, you're asking about parking spaces in place for visitors and guests to come in and park, and we absolutely want that. But we also want this to be a place where kids are riding their bikes and bringing their fishing poles too, and it feels like it's a safe and open community for them as well. So we want it to be family friendly in addition to being innovative. Okay, so next up, we're going to kind of talk about, we're still drilling down further. I think you kind of see my plan here. We want this community to be vibrant. As TJ said earlier, we have not designed or built anything like this in terms of the build to rent market, if you will. A lot of these homes have been done where they're standalone, parking is still in a carport, a separate garage, or just more garden style parking where you're still walking up to your home. This is actually providing you parking inside of your home. And I can tell you in terms of anti-monotony and different things, what I really want to focus on here, we've been working with staff to create 4 distinct residential styles. And from here, going from left to right, we've got French provincial, Texas traditional, if you will, colonial, and more of a craftsman style. So this is an example of one of the 3 bedrooms kind of done in each of the style. And there's a few things that I'd like to point out that really, I think, qualify as making this a vibrant city is we have a variety of roof pitches. The design and the brick detailing around the windows and the doors, the uses of dormers and shutters and vents and arches and columns that really articulate variety in addition to those brick color changes. These exteriors are all 90% masonry up to the top plate. We've left a little room for some accent materials so we can use that to speak to the different residential styles. And so that kind of, it just kind of captures right here what you'd see from like a muse standpoint. So if you're standing in a muse, you can see these homes kind of tucked together. You see the variety and the anti-monotony. In fact, across the whole entire development, we're providing 14 different elevations. And so this is going to provide that, that visual interest that you're looking for in a well-designed community, helping avoid the monotony within even your packet. We already drew out a map of anti-monotony. So you can see where maybe these different elevation styles and things that will get plugged in and kind of ensuring that you're not going to get a whole bunch of just cookie cutter homes right next to each other. Okay, so earlier we talked about how some of the homes are accessed from the drive aisles and some of them are courtyard facing. And so this would be an example of how they would be courtyard facing. And then these kind of examples would be how you'd see from the drive aisle. We've also taken the garages, put some like kind of carriage style detailing. The color of the garages is to be complementary to each of the elevation styles and each of the elevation colors, so that you're also getting a variety there. You're not just seeing like the same plain white garage door as you're driving down the street, if you will. Let's see. Okay, so let's now talk about who is the resident. Who are we living in? I think it's really important to stress that this is a newer housing concept within the past 10 years. With the way the housing market has just changed and the way people are delaying home ownership, this build to rent concept has really become the new starter home for many as a way, and also another way for like people to downsize and travel and kind of have that lock and leave. I think it's super smart for cities like Red Oak to add these type of communities into their housing portfolio because it gives residents an option to come back to their hometown, but they don't want to live in an apartment or they're not necessarily ready for that half acre or that 1 acre lot. It gives grandparents an opportunity to live close to their grandkids. Maybe they want to go put their tax exemption on a lake property, but they still want to be close because, man, grandma's taking care of baby during the week while mom goes to work, right? These are all real scenarios of like how your community is functioning in a multi-generational way and how this housing product can really fill a need. Some even folks, they want to build, right? There's some beautiful lots out here in Red Oak and they want to build, but they need the equity out of their home to go start that new custom home build process. But they want to get their kids plugged into the schools. They want to make sure that they're not leaving maybe the community they already have, but they need more space than a traditional apartment. And so that really is becoming the resident of this. It's a stickier kind of renter. And that's really what we're seeing is more of the profile here. There's a huge market for this. All right. And then lastly, really want to talk about how you as a community are being proactive and fiscally responsible. And so there are, of course, lots of subjective ways in how this is a benefit to the community. It is less dense than a traditional multifamily. It's built to the scale of the home. The property is well maintained, and they integrate well with surrounding neighborhoods. But I think that there's a real tangible impact as well in terms of taxable value. And that taxable value is also not subject to homestead or senior exemptions as this property progresses. And so this is just some numbers about the potential tax revenue for the developed residential portion. This is not even including what could possibly be activated from a commercial standpoint, but real dollars from the residential development. So really you're taking income you're already receiving and value, and you're multiplying it just about by 100. We've also kind of been informed through this process of just even like, this is one of the larger land areas that still has access to your sewer network as well. And so really making sure that you're doing a quality, kind of highest best use in this area, while we still have kind of capacity and sewer connectivity in this area. It's just kind of something always to like think about when you're land planning. A good land plan is like it's an onion, right? There's so many layers, there's so many things that go into it. And the engineering is more of the practical side, but I hope that kind of answers more of your questions. I think I have maybe one more slide. Okay, I did want to focus on this. This is kind of an addition. So in between those muses, there's about 30 feet in between, front door to front door. And I say that, and draw its attention to that because it's important, because there are some other build to rent communities locally that I would tell you that their like side to front door right here is 7 feet. And then across their muses right here is only 15 feet. So our community has kind of planned to maximize that space and almost double it to create more outdoor open space for its residents, and it won't feel as congested, if you will. Also, this picture on the right is a different type of build to rent where some developers are coming in and they're actually just fitting into a traditional single family zoning category. So they're not coming in with planned developments. They're just kind of meeting the code minimum, and then they're placing these homes for rent. Or this could be a one-off home in a neighborhood that's just for rent with an absentee landlord. And I want to point this out because look, the trees are missing. Everything's overgrown, the bushes are unkempt. And so I do think that when you take a very intentional approach to a rental community and you provide some development standards, you can avoid this. Because you're giving an opportunity who people who are like-minded, have a way that they want to live, and they want that kind of stuff taken care of. They don't have to wait for an absentee landlord. So I thought those pictures kind of tell 1,000 words of what we don't want to do here.
And that bottom one?
This right here.
No. And what is that bottom one?
The bottom one is just a close-up street view of this
That
one on the
right there.
corner. So you can kind of see like right here, this is, 7 feet, 15 feet. So just kind of giving you that viewpoint. All of these have detached more garages, carport spaces, just a little bit more congested. Because I think it's hard sometimes when you're still looking at a two-dimensional site plan to really envision what kind of space you're getting. And so I wanted to provide you this and say, hey, okay, now we're doubling it. And that's kind of what we're ending up with. So
Okay.
any questions that I can answer?
I have a few.
Yes, sir.
So, yeah, let's wait till we get out and then we'll.
Oh.
You got it.
Is there anybody else here, since this is the public hearing, to speak on this?
I do have 2 mail-ins.
Oh, okay. So, thank you, ma'am.
So we have one mail-in from Gary Dryer at 530 Rushy Creek Trail, and they're against it. No comments. And then we have another one from Marissa Arias at 101 Bodark Drive, and they are for it with no comments. For the record.
Anyone else here wish to speak on this? So the time is 8:33 and. Yeah. 8:33, I entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
So moved.
That's Councilman Lightfoot, Councilman Franklin. Those in favor?
Franklin, I.
Good one.
Drake, I.
That passes 4-0. Okay. So, council, now you, Councilman Drake, or
Is it? Can I start off with just a few comments, because some of what you just heard is wrong. For instance, the map showing the PA 11 is not the spot where this is. This is actually further north in a PA 15.
May I see the location, please?
Across from Maya, isn't it?
It is.
While she's pulling that, will you remind us what the difference between 11 and 15 was, the definitional difference?
So in a 15, it actually, if you look at the land use plan, it says restrict all residential uses except in the case of a mixed use development. This is just me. I mean, I don't get to vote. Y'all are the ones that get to decide, but to me, this is not a mixed use development. This is somebody wanting to build a residential thing, and they've got some excess land that somebody may eventually develop as commercial, and they may not. So to me, that's not a mixed use development. We tried to get them to integrate the commercial into the actual residential component of it. And I understand they didn't want to do that, and I can understand why. They gave good reasons why they didn't want to do that. But at the same time, it doesn't match the way it is in our land use plan according to my interpretation. So if we were just gonna have a developer come out here and develop homes out there, the largest size home in this development is smaller than the smallest size home that we allow in the city. And on top of that, it is 100% rental.
Yep.
And there's not even an option for somebody to own it, to be owner occupied. The other things that I am concerned about, and I understand that they're private streets, but there is gonna be public coming into the project because we do have the public pond back there. The garages, we would never allow garages facing a public street. You know, at best, at worst case, we would allow, front entry garages if it is a small component of what's facing the street. Most likely it's rear entry or J entry. This is completely different than anything we've seen, anything that's actually made it this far.
For single family, anything single family that's coming.
Well, even anything that's made it this far, we have had this proposed in the past, but it never got this far. We've had a couple, the one that Walton did there at 342 in Ovilla that Hargrove finally ended up developing.
Yeah.
They originally proposed something like this, never got to the point of actual zoning, had a lot of discussions about it, was rejected. Same thing with Ted Zeta
Yeah.
at Camden Estates.
So,
So those are the things that I worry about. Now, I'm not the one that gets to vote. That's up to y'all. But understand that it doesn't exactly meet the land use plan by the way I read it. I mean, you could look at it and you say, well, it's mixed use because it's all one property and you're gonna have commercial here and you're gonna have residential there, but you may and you may not.
he said he didn't have any plans for commercial. I mean, that's
Right.
nothing in the work.
Right. And I'm not saying anything bad about the developer or anything else, and it may fit perfectly well somewhere.
Yeah.
I just don't think it meets what the city of Red Oak is about and has been about for so long.
Question for you, Todd. What is the history of the subject location with getting interest from developers?
It has been somewhat concerning because it has been under floodplain for so long. This is property actually they went out and started, not these guys, but the guys that own the property. Went out and started doing floodplain mitigation without getting their floodplain permits, but we got all that worked out. So it hasn't been able to have been developed until all that was done. We've had some on and off discussions that never actually came to fruition that would tie it in with the Walton property at the actual corner of 342 and Ovilla, but nothing ever has happened.
This, have they got it out of the floodplain now?
No, where they're developing is out of the floodplain. Yeah, there's still some floodplain, but
But they shoved that off to the property to the north, have they not?
They've mitigated, so when they go in and do the floodplain mitigation, they're not allowed to shove that drainage north or upstream or downstream. They've got to be able to handle it still within the area that they have, so they may widen it out and deepen it, but they're not allowed to push it to somewhere else.
I haven't seen any widening or deepening in that thing. I see just dirt being put in there. That should push it over into the land to the north of that, whatever that means, but that's what, I'm agreeing with what you're saying. This makes Starling City look like a palace.
Dr. Emma, may I see a Google view, please, without the layers? There we go. That's the subject location?
Yes.
Oh, right here, okay.
And including.
And the pond.
Yes.
Right, and the lake.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, I know you have some questions, so I'll let you go first.
No, I mean, I'm okay. All right, you can go ahead.
I think ultimately my biggest concern is actually this is a public pond.
Right now, it's not.
It's not right now.
Right now it's private, but
Once
they're
it's
allowed it to be
Right, that's exactly.
public. If I was to own or rent in this location, I personally wouldn't want the public having access to my amenities, because if that's trash or messed up, then my rent goes up
Or crime.
to keep it maintained. That's one concern. My second concern, which is interesting because, if they're being rented, I'm surprised we didn't have more backlash for rental properties in this area, just knowing the history of how the public feel about rental properties, especially on this side. The development itself, I have a huge concern with the drive approaches facing a quote unquote public street. That is concerning for a number of reasons. One, I know they agreed to do sidewalks, but I didn't see sidewalks on that plan for one, so that's a safety issue. Two, accessing that particular garage on a public street, which if we're talking trails and public access to access this pond, that's concerning to me from a safety aspect. I did hear a concern to address that, but I just kind of wanted to speak on that for the record.
Did we ever, was the question asked, or if it's a fair question, what's an average cost of, to rent?
I am going to answer your question, but I want to make sure I touch on a few questions that I heard. So the pond itself, we're fine maintaining it as private. We thought it was going to be a good public amenity, but it's fine to stay private. And we've said that from the get-go, but that was kind of the,
So if you come up to speak on it, answer the question specifically, don't elaborate on something else.
oh, was that not a
Because the
question?
Because the public hearing is closed,
Apologies.
so.
Okay.
So
Sorry.
it's specifically it's a question, and then we'll rephrase it if we need to get an answer. You can rephrase it.
I didn't have a question. That was Mayor
Okay,
Pro Tem.
sorry. So the,
Yeah,
to
sorry.
answer your, yeah, to answer your question, the range of rents here range from $2,000 to roughly $3,200. So well, and then I think I want to go further into that because I heard an, oh, Jesus, to build something like this to this level and this quality, I don't want that to be missed here. This is like the best in class. And so multifamily, you're right, you can definitely get cheaper multifamily and you can definitely get a lot denser. This is only 8 units to the acre. This is less dense than a townhome community. So it might look dense on paper, but it's less dense because townhome communities are typically 10 units to the acre or more. And multifamilies are 22 to 25.
You made the comment that, this property would be maintained, 10 years from now, as it is day one.
That's right.
What if a new property owner come in and sell and purchase the property? Is there a clause that keep that going that way?
And I think that's what I wanted. Yeah, let me really harp on that because you will not find a developer outside of us. I have yet to see a developer outside of us put maintenance standards into a PD, which is the ordinance that the city has teeth to. So for example, Nikki showed you a picture where there were no trees in one of those yards, which was a home in Red Oak that is a rental community today. And it doesn't have maintenance standards. you can go pull the CO per RPD if we're not maintaining it. I mean, there's steps you got to get there, but if
My question is, what if you sell?
the ordinance runs with the land, does not matter who the ownership is. It's a city, or PD is a city ordinance.
Okay. And fire and rescue, have they, there's plenty of room for, 'cause the way I'm looking, what I saw just kind of confused me on, if there's fire and rescue.
Yeah, they've been part of our planning meetings to get to this point, and I don't think we've seen anything of pushback from them. So we meet all the minimum requirements of a private drive. So as it relates to private drive versus public drive, private drives, the cities don't have to maintain. It would be like the internal drives of a multifamily development. So, you know, all those meet fire. We would be the same width of those private drives.
Chief, have you been?
Yes, sir. We've been a part of the meetings. That's one of the reasons that there's no parking on those streets, is to allow that fire lane access throughout the
Yes, sir.
private streets.
And last but not least, again, the garages in Red Oak. We've, I've been
Yeah.
on council for 9 years and we have yet to allow any, garages face streets. We're adamant about that.
And where we came from on that was the community just on the north side of Avila Road here. So if you go, I don't,
That's
can I,
Camden.
maybe I can drive it.
No, it's,
So,
This community here. These all face on the, so we were trying to match the intent of what we saw from that neighborhood, which was just to the north of us. That's where the characteristic came from.
What's a minimum size house in Red Oak, Todd?
16?
That's subdivision, I believe it's
1,800 is what I was thinking of.
so this is less dense than that, but potentially smaller, correct?
You know, that's not a townhome community. I was
Yeah.
saying an attached townhome community, which you'll see, it's less dense than a townhome community. It is more dense than that community though.
Oh, okay. All right.
But that community is $500,000 homes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Emma, may I see the site plan again, please?
So what, well, Councilman Franklin, you formulating your question?
Yes, I am. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So it looks to me the ones that also have the front door and the driveway or the garage have deeper driveways there along that perimeter fence and then along that lake. So in theory, they would be able to park in their driveway?
That's correct. Yeah, that's what Nikki was saying. They're a minimum of 18 foot in depth, which is a traditional parking stall depth.
But the others are just the 5 foot, so they couldn't park in,
Also intentional,
right?
so
Okay,
that you have to
I'm
park
just
in your
kind of clarifying, so.
That's right.
So in essence, this is an apartment because it's not owned, correct?
It's a rental
main-
community. That's right.
I'm just
Yes, sir.
trying to make it simple for me, stupid plan.
Yes, sir. Rental community.
It meets needs for people who want 1 bedroom to a 4. It's the concept of smaller, you mentioned the book that P and Z was reading, council hadn't read, so they don't know about that. So that's community, what's the name of it again?
Strong towns.
Strong Towns. It develops a walking, the whole goal is to develop walking community, correct?
That's correct. And we do have a lot of sidewalks shown on here. We don't have every sidewalk because we agreed to something at P and Z and we haven't had a chance to
Sure.
update that in a week. That's right.
Okay. I live in a subdivision which I may or may not know exactly who my neighbor is. And one of them probably works for the city, and that's shame on me because we're spaced. And here it kind of forces you to get to know them because you're closer, right?
That's exactly right.
All right,
You absolutely will create community in this type of environment.
okay. What you had circled was the PD 11 on the initial map and not the PA 15. And do you understand where the city manager was saying it was completely different interpretation of the plan use?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And, you know, I think, my mistake, I will fall on that sword of not digging in. We were just, so my apologies. But also.
What, you weren't trying to mislead us. It was.
No, not at all. It was just a oversight on my part. And so going back through in terms of like the 15 though, and creating a mixed use, it did call for, you know, a horizontal or a vertical component. And so I think
Which
in this.
means what to us?
So in this
Like,
aspect, so vertical could be possibly having more commercial with apartments on top. That
Okay.
could be a vertical mixed use,
Okay.
okay? I think that there are a lot of places in other cities that are more downtown, that is not functioning. We're not seeing a lot of productivity. So when we come and we want to bring a project in front of you, we also want to make sure that that project is meeting a market, and that market is not being driven right here. When you talk about a commercial, wanting all of this possibly to be more a commercial, not necessarily a residential use. You can only get so much commercial to be activated off of your access points. And so when you look at a site that has, I want to say this has is geometrically challenged, if you will. Plus you also have the capacity of that detention pond that's already existing and trying to work through that. That kind of structures your land plan around it and how much commercial can you activate. We have committed to certain commercial uses that are more neighborhood in nature,
Okay.
to complement this residential development and other residential developments that might come to this area as well. That was super intentional. And if this got approved, they're literally going to start marketing that tomorrow. Gray Star is just not a commercial developer.
All right, and so Dr. Emish, talk to us on what the type of commercial is intended for those L-shaped buildings right there. Because if that's, you know, we're saying this is an apartment, basically, general, you know. What's looked to try to get into that area?
So it was a combination of uses that would be like service uses, neighborhood service uses, entertainment, retail, restaurant, those types of uses. Even a museum could go in there, or some sort of like entertainment, indoor amusement area could go in that commercial.
So if I live in an apartment, I'm probably not gonna go to a museum right there multiple times. So I'd like a restaurant, I'd like a sit down, I'd like a bar. Anyway, that's just me, but, okay, so there, so,
Yeah, it could be like an art gallery. Here's the uses.
All those are available uses.
yeah, okay,
So it's just, yeah, options.
all right. So, and those the idea of how big those buildings are, do you know the?
So
square
those
footage?
are just purely
Yeah,
conceptual.
I understand. that.
So I don't know if they have any square
Cause
footage.
it's, yeah, depending on the use, cause it'd have parking differences.
Right,
and that
okay,
kind of stuff.
all right.
So a couple other things too, Emma. Is this development connecting to the development to the south? Like where Shadow Bend Drive comes up and stubs out
It's all
there?
brick wall there on that road.
I guess what I'm getting at is from the fire department's perspective, you've got one point of entry unless you have something connecting to that subdivision to the south. Doesn't have to be a public entrance, but you know, a gated or something, just so that you have another access point. So I've got that question. Then I've got the question of why in the world would we put dumpsters right next to somebody's existing house?
Oh, those, it looks like those are the old.
That's the site, but that's not where the dumpsters are.
Okay,
So I think they submitted their preliminary utility plans, and they may have used their old site plan to put laid on top of.
okay,
theirs.
so where's the rack? Okay, there you go.
So, and that's, that, I mean, does that need to be right there? Does that need to be a emergency gated access there? And so your understanding it is?
It's connected.
It wasn't
And-
on the other drawing.
Okay, so there's not a brick wall there. Right, okay.
If you wanna make it private, we're fine with that too. It's all up for
Okay,
negotiation.
all right. And then, the monotony,
Anti-monotony standards.
alternation
Mhm.
aspect, how does that
So
play into this thing?
the elevation can't repeat across the home, across and 3 homes adjacent to it on the same block.
And there's 14 different styles.
Correct.
that
So
mixes
there's,
it.
yeah, there's 4 architectural
Pitches.
standards, yes. So there's the French provincial, the colonial, the Texas traditional, and the Texas, did I mention Texas traditional? Yeah, craftsman, thank you. So those are the 4 architectural styles and there's 14 different variations of them. So the anti-monotony standards sheet that she mentioned, it really kind of shows how the homes would be placed.
And for the record, I think it looks cute and it looks, I like this type of apartment as opposed to a stacked apartment, to be honest with you, but that's just. There's some things that I don't like, but, okay, so that's the color coding, that's the
Yes, sir.
anti,
Right.
okay,
And the number bed.
okay. All right, all right, now, council, I want to point this out. I've received many an email about a neighborhood that was sold. And I'm talking about this specifically.
As
So,
an example.
as an
You don't
example.
wanna repeat this,
yeah,
or maybe. you
yeah.
can.
So this neighborhood has been gone to foreclosure. Multiple houses within a neighborhood that we approved and they built, and now we can't get the people to address the non-trees like that last photo that you shared. And those are rental homes now in a subdivision, whereas this one produces teeth that then we go to the management saying, that tree is dead, you need to get it fixed, and it has to get fixed, correct? Correct, Dr. Emma, the way it's worded?
So if we have that individual house and the trees are missing, can code enforcement not go out and enforce that one as well, if that is required in the ordinance?
We can send them a letter. Yes.
And
Well,
we can cite them if they don't respond or fix it.
Yes.
Management property. You potentially could pull their CO.
Yeah.
Ultimately.
That's on a rental?
I mean, we do have, we
Okay,
do have.
well, evidently, we're not doing it, and they're getting turned back in.
Not for a house.
Not for us.
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying. These
For a
are
house,
houses.
No, these are apartments.
Not here.
He's talking about
On,
the,
on
in
a
the
house
example
in a
that he has.
subdivision that
Yes.
does not meet the tree standards, we can use code enforcement to cite them.
Yes, you can write them a ticket for violating the zoning ordinance by not complying with PD regulations. They have one good, healthy tree.
I still think your point is, Mr. Mayor, there's more teeth here because
You have 2 of them.
pulling a CO for a whole community over one tree, they're gonna fix the tree.
That's
We
right.
have that
And
with a.
that's my point. I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah.
articulating it well, but thank you, sir, very much.
You have more tools in your toolkit to enforce the regulations that are written. This kind of.
Does anybody know what the other going rate for apartment prices are? Oh, I'm sorry. And this is your field, correct? Thank you. I asked that question. Could you tell me that?
Thank you so much. So yeah, you have 2 newer multifamily developments in Red Oak. The first is the Avila, which is off of I-35. Their 1-bedroom, which has a 1-car garage attached to it, is $1,850. And that is in an apartment with a shared wall and a shared floor and a shared ceiling. Here, we're going to be $2,000 with a bigger home
A yard.
and a yard, and it's detached. And then the 2 bedrooms, that are 1,350 square feet are $2,700. We're going to be $2,700 for that same, product here. But you're in a home with a yard and a 2-car garage. I think when you design something like this, I just don't want it to get lost. This is a very unique design and no one has done it yet. It is different. It is superior to multifamily. And I am saying that as a because I am a multifamily developer. This is a far superior product that I don't know how else to deliver this any better. And yes, it is rental. It is rental. But you know what? I have 4 kids and I rented a home for the last year and a half. And I couldn't find a community like this. So I had to rent a home in the middle of another neighborhood where I didn't know any of my neighbors and they didn't want to know didn't know me. Because I wasn't the permanent resident and they knew I was a renter. And so I just, when you have like-minded people, you put them together, they become sticky. And that's what's going to happen here. And that's what has happened in other buildings.
One last question. This is not subsidized housing.
No.
I'm just throwing it out there.
I would
because
say
How many 800 square foot houses?
I think we only have 15 in this community. It's just a smattering of 1-bedrooms.
It looks like a lot more.
Of the 800s, no,
3-4.
I can tell you this without a shadow of a doubt, it's less than 20. I don't know off the top of my head and we can pull it up here and maybe somebody can help me,
So
but it's less than 20.
can you show me where those public restrooms are relative to the park?
They're going to be roughly right here.
Okay, all right. Thank you all very much. All right. Council, any other questions that you have?
Yeah, I got a couple.
Oh, I'm sorry. Now.
Oh, Bob, go ahead. if you have-
No, I do have some questions. I want to make sure that, how is this going to be funded and are there assessments in addition to the rent? I would have to ask the applicant,
Okay, please do.
because if they are, they need to be in the regulation.
So let's talk about this a little bit. As far as the rent itself, the rent covers almost everything. The only thing that it won't cover we provide Wi-Fi to every home. And so you do have to pay your Wi-Fi bill, but it's cheaper than what you can get it with through like AT&T. And then there is a federal regulation that is going around. The maximum you can charge an additional income is $35. And that's like an application fee. And so that would be our only 2 additional rents. How is it funded? How's the community funded? Is that what you're asking? We fund, because we're Greystar, we have multiple funding aspects. We can't go out for funding until we have zoning in place. However, I can tell you we have 1 bucket of capital that is a large, massive pension fund, and we don't even go get debt with that one. So it's fully funded by equity. And that would be our goal for this one. But I'm not going to commit to that. I will commit to, if that doesn't work, then we have 100 different other capital sources that we would go to fund it, like we have all of our other deals.
Because I want you all to understand that if there needs to be a regulation, I'm not saying they sell it. I'm the bearer of bad news, always have been, always will be. What if it is sold? What obligation, how can I pass that obligation on to the new buyer? So it has to be in the regulations for the development. So.
What's the concern?
Well, the lease, I was told that the lease would contain a no storage or vehicle storage only, or if you're the occupant, you have to park your car in your garage. Who's gonna enforce that and how is it gonna be enforced?
We as the management company, but if we want to add that to the ordinance, I think that's a fair ask.
So the lease have to contain it. Do we have that in there now?
That would be,
Okay,
yeah.
So we'd have to add that as a regulation. That the occupant would have to park their vehicle in the garage, or vehicle in the garage.
That is a tough sell.
I understand, but that's the best I can do for you.
Planner perspective, that is a tough sell.
Yes,
sir. I got you.
I hear you, but it's better to be in there if you're gonna think about doing it.
I understand.
No. And then the other thing is, what about people using these homes to rent out as STRs?
Can't do that. We don't allow that, and you can put that in you can absolutely put that in there, and you can maintain that.
Short-term rental, Airbnb.
Yeah, the minimum rental that we allow is 6 months, but we can also put that into the ordinance, and we have done that in ordinances in the past, and shame on me for not thinking about it sooner, but yeah, minimum lease of 6 months can absolutely go into the ordinance.
So minimum 6 months. And then maintenance, so it's just management company, there's no HOA,
That's right.
okay?
Who repairs the roads?
We do.
They do.
Y'all do.
We do.
It's different than a subdivision, right?
Puts the burden on the developer, not on the city.
It's on them,
All right.
because
I'm-
they'll maintain ownership.
I'm just stating it out there for me.
No, I'm glad you are.
So.
So it's
Yeah, things we already know.
it's
just-
developer owned, not common ownership amongst the residents. That's a huge difference.
And that's what shared access development is.
Correct.
Yeah.
And that's part of my issue with this public pond.
Don't make it. If you don't like it, we can take it out.
Yeah, that's
but we
part of
just
my
need to
issue.
put it-
Now I'm just throwing this out there because it was stated that P and Z asked for like 4 different items.
They're in the regulations that Dr. Emma read to you tonight. She's added those in along with the ones that I just indicated, and the developers indicated they're willing to add.
I
You still
personally,
may not like it, but I've always got those things in.
yeah, I personally would like to see the final quote unquote draft, if you will. And I would like to bring this back next meeting. That's
You want us to add those things in that we've talked about into the
because we
development?
talked about a lot.
I understand.
And I would personally like to see this come back next meeting to take a fresh look, to review this from, now we have everything added. Let's take a deeper look, well, better look into it. Because right now I'm hearing a lot of different things that are being added. And I would
Mistakes
love,
can be made.
yeah, and I would love to see the final document, to vote on it.
Does he want to make a motion?
Yeah, well, hang
Well,
on.
I want to make some comments before we close the public.
Yeah, you can still continue it. Or would you want them, you've closed the public hearing. You can reopen the public hearing
And then continue it.
and then continue it. And then that way, both the applicant and any members of the community would have an opportunity to talk some more, which probably is not a bad thing if you want to do that.
After Councilman Lightfoot, I have no problem making that motion.
Yeah, that was gonna be my final comment, so I'm glad.
Why don't you do this? Would you entertain a motion to reopen the public hearing and continue it to the next meeting on March 11th?
Yeah, but let
But
me make some
he's got
comments
some
and then, yeah,
comments.
and yeah, that's perfectly fine. So first of all, we've moved past a couple of my questions here, so I'm gonna skip through my list a little bit. First of all, Nikki, I think, your presentation was fantastic for education because I did not know or get the sense of all of the things that you talked about from just the P and Z materials, because this isn't my area of expertise. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. I feel like I learned a lot about the project here. I actually do like the project. I actually, until Todd brought up the difference in the zone or the land use plan, I was much more excited about it. I think that the questions that I have are centered around the commercial part of it. So one, I'll ask my questions and you can answer them all at once if you want to, but is the property manager, are they officed on site? So do they have a presence on site for residents and for us to get in touch with? Is that where their place of business would be? And two, is that same company managing the commercial side of this property or only the residential side?
Only the residential side.
Okay.
And then yes, our office is in the clubhouse. Like we have people on staff every day.
Okay.
Maybe not Sundays, but every day on site.
That's
All
good
right.
news.
Yep. And you answered my other question on the lease terms. What's the maximum lease you're signing? I don't want that in the ordinance. I'm
Yeah,
just
this
asking.
isn't an ordinance thing. I mean, I'll say just traditionally 18 is the most
Yeah.
you're gonna do.
Okay.
But I
expected
have
that's
seen
not
a
what you said.
2-year lease before.
Yeah, no, I get it. I think that's all the questions. Thank you very much. I do want to see this again, because I want to see these things like the sidewalks. I want to see what the picture of it looks like. I think the picture is important, just like the density pictures that Nikki showed in her presentation. I think were very powerful. That was a good addition. I think I want to see some of these additions laid out for us. I think if we voted on it now, you'd get a no, and I don't want to give you a no right now. I want to see what it looks like so that we can talk again. Todd, I want to talk to you about your concerns on the, the commercial, because you are right that our plan for this area was commercial with residential, and we're still looking at commercial as an afterthought, which we've done on so many developments, and so many things have not made it to this point because of that reason. So that is worth thinking about and looking at, and I think looking at it again next meeting, if we're ready for it, would be helpful. So that's my comments. Yeah.
Mayor, I have one other question, and that is the utilities, the water utilities are each unit metered, or is there one meter, and how's that work?
It's another great point. It's master metered, and that is puts all of the maintenance on the developer.
And would the rent include that? Do you pass
No, so
that?
you do have to pay water, but it's just a straight through, it's straight pass through. Whatever the cost is, you have to pay. Yeah, I mean, just like you would your water bill.
I mean, the more,
Are they
the more I hear-
sub-metered at all?
We do sub-meter them. Yeah, that's how we know who uses what amount of water.
I think it's fair to bring it back.
It is, I'm hearing the right answers personally, as far as like the level of commitment for the developer and the property manager for the site. I mean, I think this is a good type of development. If it doesn't fit for the spot, we can talk about that, but I think this is a good type of development, this type of, if there's a market for this is the type we want for that market, I think. This is my last comment.
So I think one of the things that I'd like for staff to find out is what's the occupancy rate for the apartments that we have? And are they, do you have that? I'm sorry?
Sure do.
Oh, wow.
Market
let me
research
give you a-
in effect. Here we
There you
go.
go.
We actually manage the Emerson.
Oh,
So the Emerson is in lease up right now, and I think it's about 80% occupied. And then the Avila, which was built ahead of the Emerson. It was the first one delivered. In essence, how we look at it in the apartment world, fully occupied, but it's 95% occupied, which is a fully stabilized asset.
Yep.
So in essence, your demand
okay.
in Red Oak is there.
Yeah. That's good. Great question.
All right.
It's good. to
Councilman,
know.
you had an issue with the square footage?
Yeah.
The 800? I just wanna, for clarity, know your
A
concern.
regular house is 1,800. We got one that's 40% of that.
Yeah.
I would say to that 800 square foot renter, that is the person who's gonna go out and patronize your businesses a few times a week. So I do see a bright side in that. That's also maybe the person who can't afford to put down $30,000 on a house. So I do see a lot of upside with having some smaller rentals, because it's quote unquote affordable, for that citizen.
I think it adds value to the project for the developer too, to have a few of those.
Especially when we're
models
talking
built in.
commercial development.
Yeah.
That's who's gonna go out and spend money.
It's fair. It's fair.
Is there any of the property that's age restricted for 55 and older?
The short answer is no, but this is the beauty of build to rent, which is what this type of community is called. Is I can almost assure you that 25% of the rentership will be 55 plus here, because it is maintenance free, lock and leave. They've had a 4,000 square foot home and they just don't want it anymore. And I can show you community after community after community of this, where that is who the rentership is.
What's my motion?
Well, yeah, so legal, so we'd like to,
What you would like to do is to reopen the public hearing and to continue to the March 11th meeting.
okay.
Mr. Mayor, I move to reopen the public hearing and continue to the March 11th council meeting.
All right, doing that to
Second.
Councilman Franklin. Second was Councilman Goodwin. Those in favor. of
Franklin,
doing
aye.
that.
Good for that.
Drake, I.
Lightfoot, I think
Alright.
that needs the time of your public hearing.
Oh,
Yeah, 7 o'clock on, is there, oh,
7.
oh, no, to reopen.
The time we reopen.
Oh,
I thought you meant for the.
so it was reopened at let's say 9:12 and it closed at 9:13. And that,
We're not closed.
oh, it's not closed. It's just, it's continued. And that passes 4-0. Thank y'all.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for the education.
There's something maybe to talk about.
Item 18, conduct a public hearing and consider approval of ordinance number 24-013, City Council, City of Red Oak, Texas, amending the comprehensive zoning ordinance and the map of the city of Red Oak, Texas, as heretofore amended by granting the change in from planned development 107, revised 3, PD 107R3 to plan development 107, revised 4, PD 107R4 for development of a restaurant with private club with alcohol consumptions on approximately 1.54 acres of real property located at the northwest corner of Harmony Way and North Interstate 35 site described as Lot 3 and a portion of Lot 4, Block A of the Red Oak Legacy Square addition and addressed as 609 North Interstate 35, City of Red Oak, Ellis County, Texas, as provided in Exhibit A, which is attached here to and incorporated herein, providing the landscape plan, elevation plans, and planned development regulations as provided in Exhibit B through D, which are attached here to and incorporated herein, providing a repealing clause, providing a severability clause, providing a savings clause, providing a penalty of fine not to exceed the sum of $2,000 for each offense, and providing an effective date ZC 24-02 requested by Bigtron Stores. Dr. Emma.
Councilman, this request is for the site located on the northwest corner of Harmony Way and I-35 Service Road. The PD that was originally approved for the site allowed a series of commercial uses. One of the allowed uses is a restaurant use with a private club. Typically requires a specific use permit, but it was permitted as by right as one of the uses. So the applicant has submitted a site plan, landscape plan, and elevation plan for the site. Yes, and the site is meeting the city's minimum landscaping requirements, and access to the site will be through Harmony Way via a common access easement. And they are providing a future common access easement to the site, whatever it's going to be on the north, whatever type of commercial development that they do, but that also will come before the city council. And they did increase the size of the lot. This is just about approximate. They added about this chunk right here, but this is just an approximate, so that they can increase the number of parking spaces for the site. So they did submit an amending plat. So the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this request with the condition that the property be platted prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy.
Makes sense.
So this is the elevations that they submitted.
Okay.
This is the monument sign that they submitted. They'll have to submit a permit for it.
And that's located where on that site plan? I'm sorry.
Right.
Right there.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I don't think we're gonna have a lot of problems.
Thank you. All right, so we'll enter the open the public hearing at 9:17. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on this? Entertain a motion to close at 9:18.
So moved.
That is Drake
Second.
and Franklin. Those in favor?
Franklin, I.
Good one, I.
Drake, I.
Lightfoot, aye. That closes at 9:18. 4-0. All right, council, any questions that you have on this?
Nope.
No question.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to consider approval of ordinance 24-013.
Come on. Second.
Good one. Lightfoot. Those in favor?
Franklin, I.
Good one, I.
Drake, I.
Lightfoot, aye. That passes 4-0. Item 19, conduct a public hearing and consider approval ordinance number 24-008 of the City Council, City of Red Oak, Texas. amending the comprehensive zoning and map of the city of Red Oak, Texas as heretofore amended by granting a change in zoning from single-family ranchette RAE to plan development 168, PD 168, to allow residential use on a site located at 420 North Lawrence Road, City of Red Oak, Ellis County, Texas, and more particularly described in Exhibit A, which is attached here to and incorporated herein, providing a site plan, an elevation plan, floor plan, and plan development regulations as exhibits B through E respectively, which are attached here to and incorporated herein, providing a repealing clause, providing a severability clause, providing a savings clause, providing a penalty of a fine not to exceed the sum of $2,000 for each offense, and providing an effective date. And that's ZC 23-48 requested by Adrian, don't let me butcher it. Thank you. And Vanessa Salazar. Dr. Emma.
Council members, this is a request to add an addition to a home. Typically, this would just go through the permitting process, but there are two things that would be changing up the site. It does have the Ranchette Estate Zoning District, which requires a minimum square footage of 32,670 square feet. But they will be dedicating right-of-way and platting the property so that it becomes a single lot of record. So after the right-of-way dedication off of North Lawrence and Pierce Road, the site will be reduced to 28,733 square feet. And the addition to the home, the minimum side setback requirement is 25 feet. And they're going to be encroaching into the side setback about 10 feet. So they'll have about 14 feet and a little bit over for the side setback requirement. So this is the reason for the request. The Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend approval. There were a couple of things there's a couple of things for which they didn't have a concern. Number one is that the distance separation, the building separation for fire safety is 10 feet. So the distance between this, even with the addition and their neighboring, is going to well exceed 20-something to 30-something feet. And also the right-of-way dedication will aid in the future widening of North Lawrence and Pierce Road. So the addition, the building materials will match the existing building materials, and it will consist of a bedroom, restroom, sunroom, laundry room, and a game room.
So, did we not talk about this last month?
So this one went before the Planning and Zoning Commission, and they did make a recommendation for approval, but then it had to go back because the applicant made a change to the plan. I believe they said they submitted like the wrong plan. So the setback actually was it further encroached on the side yard setback.
Oh, okay. All right. So this is a public hearing, I'm sorry.
Yes, no,
So,
you're good.
9:22, we opened it. And I believe our applicants are here. Do y'all wish to speak on this?
Answer any questions?
Answer any questions?
We brought our.
Here for a while.
Yeah.
Yes, well, thank you. for-
Talk a little bit.
Yeah, so stretch your leg and introduce yourselves and tell us.
We brought an architect here so he can talk on our behalf. He's the
My name
smart
is
one about
Hank
this.
Quigg with Richmond Group, and we've been working with them on this since before COVID, to be honest with you. It's been a while. A lot of things have come down. The reality is because of the right-of-way taking, going out towards Pierce wasn't really an option. And they were trying to keep the family around the family rooms that are there now. So that's the reason why it went towards the other house and not towards the backyard, because it would have closed in the center of the house. So we're trying to keep all of that open to the backyard.
Sir, could you state your name and address, please?
I'm sorry, what?
Will you state your name and address?
Oh, I'm
please?
sorry. Henry Quigg with the Richmond Group at 1625 Dallas Drive,
Thank you.
Denton, Texas.
They're happy to answer any questions when the time comes. If there are.
Yeah, would you answer any questions if they come up here in just a minute?
Yes.
All right. So entertain a motion to close the public hearing. I'm sorry, was there anybody else that wishes to speak on this? At 9:23.
So moved.
That's Drake and Lightfoot. Those in favor?
Franklin, I.
Goodwin, aye.
Drake, I.
Lightfoot, I.
That passes 4-0. Council, is there any questions that you have to approve ordinance number 24-008?
No, I don't disagree with the intent, but as y'all know, I do disagree with the vehicle that we're using to get there, to achieve that goal. I don't know if this is the intent of PD.
PDs?
So that is a concern, but I have no concerns with the applicant's request.
I think it's time to let these people build a house and get on down the road.
All right, entertain a motion to approve ordinance number 24-008.
So moved.
Second. Goodwin. Drake. So Councilman Franklin, I don't, you know this best, and I'm not sure how else you do what their achievement is wanting to get. So
I do, I know.
okay.
I'm sure. you know.
Okay.
Go ahead,
I
legal.
know exactly what he thinks it needs to be a Board of Adjustment case.
Correct. We
Which
need a
it
board
could
of,
be.
we need a board of adjustments to hear these type of variances.
Very
Right.
well could be.
So,
Just ask how he's gonna vote.
right, okay, those in favor of passing this ordinance?
Franklin, I.
Goodwin, aye.
Drake, I.
Lightfoot, I.
That passes 4-0. Thank you all for your time.
Good luck.
Get that house built.
See y'all next month.
A little barbecue when it's finished.
Thank you all. Item 20, continue a public hearing. This is the one we're delaying? No. Okay, Dr. Emma, are we just continuing this?
Yeah, the applicant's requesting this be postponed to the March meeting.
Okay, so I'm not gonna read it then.
As posted.
As posted.
Agenda item 20 is going to be continued for a public hearing in consideration of ordinance 2409 at the March 11th regular meeting of the city council at 7 p.m.
Can I hear a first on that?
So
So
moved.
moved.
Okay. Lightfoot and Drake. Those in favor?
Franklin, I.
Goodwin, aye.
Drake, I.
Lightfoot, I.
That's 4-0.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right.
That concludes our planning document or docket for this evening.
All right,
Yeah, Justin.
so board appointments. So board appointments, reappointments, resignations. We have 2 for the City of Red Oak Industrial Development Corporation. And that's reappointment of Waylon McAnally, I'm sorry, and Casey Hargrove as regular members for 3-year terms, February 2024 through February 2027. Does anybody speak to the character of these 2 guys?
They
They're
both do a good
character.
job.
They're both characters.
Don't ask about character, but they do a good job, okay?
They're on the border, but we need the help.
Okay, entertain that motion to approve that reappointment.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, that's Goodwin and
Franklin.
Lightfoot. Those in favor?
Franklin, I.
Goodwin, aye.
Lightfoot, I.
All right, that's 3-0, just because our other council member has stepped out, I assume, so
Yeah,
is that,
that's good.
is that
It's
still
a
okay?
quorum. If anyone else needs to leave, we need to recess, because if you leave the room, then the meeting's over. Because quorum will be broken.
Okay,
All 3 of us are voting, we're good. though.
all right, so that's 3-0. All right, Chief.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just wanted to bring to your attention, January is a busy month for us. We were looking at the numbers. We saw a 45% increase in calls for service in January of 24 compared to January of 23. I just, a growing city, I think, attributes to it. Hope we don't see that kind of increase month after month.
Have you been seeing that in the past few months?
It's been increasing, not to that degree. And then overall from 2022 to 2023, we did see a 4%, increase in calls for service. The number of fires were down by 38%. When you look at the annual reports, structure fires are about the same as far as numbers. Grass fires were down a little bit, but we had a, drier 2022.
So are those just accidents?
And a lot EMS calls decreased tremendously, which is, about 67 to 70% of our calls for service are EMS calls. So that's kind of where that equates to. In 2023, the crews conducted over 17,000 hours of training hours. Obviously it was a busy year for building, with, building permits and inspections and, COs, things like that. So, it was certainly a busy year, and it's continuing to get busier. Something else I also wanted to highlight is one of our battalion chiefs has been accepted to Texas Task Force 2. I'm sure you've seen or heard about them on the news throughout the years. Chief David Patrica, he was accepted to Texas Task Force 2 as a logistics specialist. Members of the task force must be self-sufficient for 72 hours. They operate up to 14 days during a disaster. And I'm sure you've heard about Texas Task Force 2. They were in February of 21. They did a lot of when the winter weather storms and went in, and rescuing people, tornadoes, tropical storms, hurricanes, flooding, the West Fertilizer plant that happened back in 12, and many more throughout the state. But just wanted to kind of recognize that it's an application process. It's, there's not a whole lot of people. There's a lot of people that apply, but not a whole lot of people that get accepted. So we've got one of those members. within our
So what's that mean, self-sufficient for 72 hours? They
They-
can't eat or drink?
Well, they've
bathroom,
literally got to be able to have a pack and sleeping bag and
Oh,
tent and be able to
They call
sustain.
them in when they need
sustain-
them. They
Yeah,
just-
most of the time that's, so, but yeah, I mean, and most of the time that's not the case, but they have to be prepared to do just that.
Cool.
Good leadership.
Thanks, sir.
All right.
Other than that, I don't have anything else, unless y'all have any questions.
I just had a question on your yearly report.
Yes, sir.
So the performance standards, I'm looking at page 12. The performance standards are just fire, not EMS, right? Those are your fire responses?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay, and you note the challenges, with the geography. Does another station alleviate some of that, or does it change those response times?
It does. It's going to help that. And a lot of, there's a couple things that play in. There's one, we're having a lot of overlapping calls. Last year for 2023, we had over 872 overlapping calls, meaning both stations were out at the same time and nobody to cover that. So that increases that response time because now we're having to rely on mutual aid to come in and fill those gaps.
Farther away to get there.
Yes, sir. And then also we are seeing a lot of calls on the west side of 35, which obviously a station over there will certainly help that.
Okay, that was my only question. I won't keep you.
No problem. Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chief. Yeah.
Mayor, council. My esteemed colleague left out the increase for calls for service are mostly trips to the grocery store, but real quick, we were able to bring on our crime victims liaison staff that's required by statute to provide crime victims assistance. She started with us at the end of January, and she's attended several training classes to get her up to speed with particular certifications that'll be a benefit to the department. Her name's Crystal Butcher. I hope to have her before council for introduction purposes at the next council meeting. Our response times still are maintaining strong and with under 5 minutes. Our current response times are 4 minutes and 1 second on all call types to include priority 1. Our community engagement division, which consists of Lieutenant Jason Meeks and Officer Greg Dansby, are participating in a lot of community events. In January, they actually coached and judged the regional Special Olympics powerlifting meet and a basketball skills competition. So we're doing good things with our community engagement division as well.
That's cool. Yeah, excellent. Fantastic.
And we hope to have our annual report to you submitted along with our monthly next month. Or
Let's do something about that second on that response time.
I'll see what I can do, buddy. Those new cars may help.
Yeah.
And I'd be happy to answer any other questions about the monthly report.
All right. Fine. Thank you. Hey, Chief Blanton, do I need to call you back up to the podium to correct something? Okay, yeah, okay.
That's the extra 1 second. They're making that extra.
Thanks for the
Yeah,
opportunity.
please.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just a couple highlights from this month's report. Mayor Stanfield did present the State of the City video at the Chamber Luncheon on January 24th. So thank you again for those of you that participated in that. If you guys haven't had a chance to view it, or if any of the public hasn't, it is available on our YouTube page, the same one that this meeting streams on. Also, if you have not seen it, I hope you all did. The LED monument sign is live and working. We are testing a couple nighttime options. So we have gotten a little bit of reports that it's a little bit bright at night. So we are looking at dimming that a little bit, as well as we're testing different color backgrounds at different times of the day.
I
So
was gonna tell you, my 16-year-old daughter said it shocked her one night when she was driving. I just told her it was her, but if you got other complaints about it, maybe it is your
concerns, maybe not complaints.
So she said-
So, but we are testing out a couple different colors at different times and what that looks like at different times of the day. So give us a little bit and to get all that sorted
It
and
looks
figured out.
great though. It's great. It's a great sign.
Yeah, thank you. And that is all I have. I will take any questions anybody might have.
I saw the video of the chamber event. It was a packed house, so y'all did a great job on that. I got some great feedback from that.
Thank
So,
you.
great job on that.
So that was
Clean.
probably one of the largest ones we've had, correct?
Yeah, congratulations. I
Yeah,
got
thanks
some
for
great feedback.
advertising that. Thanks for getting it all working together.
Of course.
I didn't win anything.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks, Alexa.
Mr. Hartman.
Mayor, Council, the B&B Theaters is nearing completion. I believe y'all all got maybe an invite to a soft opening next month. I visited the site recently. It's really shaping up, looks really good on the inside. So that's a really exciting thing for the community. It's gonna be a big draw, not for just Red Oak, but from all the surrounding communities because of all of the different things they had there. So it's gonna be exciting. So hopefully y'all have time to go out there.
Just to see if they needed anything in the sun, I guess, of the. And, man, he looked at me like I was an alien. I was gonna see if you needed anything. I introduced myself.
So-
Proper.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Alexa, are they doing all that Facebook thing or are y'all contributing to that? What their advertisement for the B&B, they're putting their little blips out about bouncy ball and stuff like that?
They handle their own media.
Okay, and that's B&B themselves. That's really good. Make sure we tag or link that or get it linked, whatever, so. So, thank you, Mr. Hartman. Ms. Platt.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just have a couple things to bring out from the report. It's a time of year when we're kind of going through 3 years, so we're trying to finish up our audit from last year. We expect to be bringing you the financial report on the April meeting to approve for that. And then, of course, we're approaching mid-year of the current fiscal year 24. And we are starting to plan our next budget season. So we're working on the calendar and we'll be getting some dates together for our budget coming up. So I'm sure y'all are excited to get started on that soon.
How about a revenue?
The revenues are looking good. So the sales tax, I did want to mention, as shown on the report, for January, it was down 0.55%. From the fiscal year to date of last year. We have received our collections already this month in February, which would be December's revenue. And those are up 4.5% over the fiscal year to date last year. So we had a good month.
So the question that someone posed at chamber meeting that we were down, were we concerned about that? And your answer was, it's these numbers, but to cut it to, we're not concerned, we're growing, right?
Right. We definitely want to watch it, keep an eye on it each month. I mean, it
That's why
definitely
we
shows
Do that.
our economy and our city. But we watch all the different areas and of course, it is not our main revenue source. We have various revenue sources and of course, property taxes as mentioned. So But we definitely do want to keep an eye on it. So we do see when it goes down and, but we watch for it to come back up again.
Sure. All right.
I mean, yeah, there's not many immediate actions you can take on your sales tax month over month, because especially when we're looking at several months back anyway, right? So
Right.
it's more just an indicator more than an action call.
Right. And of course, it helps us as we look at the budget this
Right.
coming year.
For budget, of course.
Can't always continue dramatic increases every month for years and years. So
Okay. Thank you.
thank you.
Ms. Amanda.
Good evening. I only have a couple of updates. Chief Wolf stole my thunder on one of our hires. For the month of January, we have hired 4 new employees. And right now we currently have 3 positions posted on our city website. We also have an upcoming employee event on March 1st. It's the Employee Appreciation Day, National Day. And so our committee has put together an employee breakfast here at the community room at 8:30. So we will be celebrating employees that day. If you wish to come out, just let us know. We'll send the flyer to everyone. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
What was the date of that?
March 1st. It's Friday, March 1st at 8:30.
What for breakfast?
Tacos, breakfast tacos. All right.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Benford.
Brother Ben.
Mayor, council, just a couple of updates. With all the new employees, we have more computers that we set up, so we've been busy doing that. We've also started the police in-car videos. We're moving those to the cloud from the current in-house server, so we've started that process and have weekly meetings on that. And then as part of our cybersecurity efforts, we've created some new policies and procedures for login and have started deploying multi-factor authentication to every PC and laptop in the city, so
Will that affect us?
no.
You use a phone app for the multi-factor? What's the-
Yeah, we're using a product it's made by the same people that create our firewall, our WatchGuard. Yeah. Any questions?
No question.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Benford. Ms. Cook.
Good evening. I just wanted to take a few minutes to point out some great statistics at the library. We've had a lot going on. We've really been increasing our programming and trying to specifically target areas in our community where we felt like we could meet some needs. And we are finally starting to see some of those numbers and statistics from it. So I'd like to point out that our school age programming has increased from 2 attendees last month to 69 attendees in January. A big portion of that was our brand new STEAM program, which has been a great success. We're only on month 2, and it's been so phenomenal that starting in February, we actually had to add another program centered around it. So we've now added our Saturday Science in, which is a very similar program, but it's now on a weekend on Saturdays. So we can get those families that are in school and work. That was our biggest complaint for our program, but it's such a big hit that at 10 a.m. still for our homeschool groups and some other areas that we can't get rid of it. We just decided to add on to it. So we're very excited to continue
job.
adding and meeting the needs of our community. Similarly, our adult programming has increased. When I started out, there was practically 0 adult programs going on outside of our book club and maybe one other program. We've significantly increased it. I believe we've got about 5 adult programs that go on now each month. So we've increased our attendance from 5 attendees last month to 27 attendees this current month. So we're doing really great on that. We have our Meet the Author event coming up on Saturday, February 24th from 2 to 4 p.m. That's actually being hosted by our Friends of the Library group. And so we'll have a local author in to speak about her book and answer questions, have a nice discussion group. So we're excited to have that coming up. And then the only other thing we have coming up is next Monday on February 19th, the library will be closed for our staff development day. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Where do you think you're getting most of your attendees from? Word of mouth, or are you advertising in some specific places?
Both. So we've seen a great improvement on our Facebook marketing. We've also updated our website to reflect our actual events. When we started, our website was not necessarily staying current with the events. So now we fixed that to match it, it stays current and up to date. A lot of new promotions, and we switched our marketing on Facebook from just doing the event creation to actually posting on our timeline every day. So
Good job. Great job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I got a fish. Oh,
Yes. Oh, we're gonna talk about fishing.
All right,
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Mr. Kelly.
Mayor, thank you for coming and joining us the other day. It was a delight. We did double our attendance this year at the Catch a Trout event. Went from roughly 120 last year to over 250. So many that some of the little kids can't stay that long, so they come and go pretty quick. So it's hard to keep up with them. So we had a very successful turnout. It seemed to be a lot of fun had. So our next fishing event will come up in June. And then we're going to shoot to have another one in October because those are really highly successful. And we're working with the Tajin Restaurant as a continued sponsor for prizes and things like that. And then the Texas Parks and Wildlife is furnishing catfish and some other fish throughout the year. And they try to time that with our events in order to make sure that there's plenty in stock for the kids and the families to have a good time. So fun fishing and family was our three goals, and I think we met all three of those pretty easily. Great turnout. I attribute that to a lot of hard work from a lot of people, and my team did a great job. So very, very happy with that. The other thing was we did have Touch a Truck, would have been back to back because we keep moving these events due to our weather. We had rain on Saturday. It wasn't going to be much fun without having all the fire trucks, police vehicles, and all the various vehicles there that we had set up. So we have reassigned that date. It's going to be April 20th. It's going to be over the Red Oak Municipal Center. We'll do it like we did last year, set that up in the back and use the side of the parks. And because Pearson will feed in a little bit of that, and we'll get to use the new restrooms, which will hopefully be open by the end of the week. So
excited about restaurants.
Well, I got to thank Jonathan on this because he really started this thing off and really pushed it through. And so I appreciate everything that you've done to make sure that we got the restroom, and it's a nice one. So if you get a chance to drop by Pearson, it's a high quality restroom. So, for a park, you got to build them I hate to say like a bomb shelter because they take a lot of abuse. So this is one of those that'll be abusable, but I hope that they don't beat it up too bad. So, but we'll announce the opening on that and then get rid of the temporary restrooms that have been there for many years and get those out of sight. With that being said, are there any questions? Yes, sir.
Talk about cleaning out the upper end of the lake.
Yes, yes, sir. In the report this month, I put in all the details from the amounts. What they did was they did start out further out on the report on the map about where the bend of where it opens up into the opening of the pond, and they worked their way in back to the narrow where it gets super narrow at the neck. And they were able to accomplish what they took 2,200 yards of material out of the waterway. They've straightened them. And I don't know if you noticed that, like this time when it rained this last weekend, we don't have a whole lot of junk sitting on the sides. There's a little bit. We're always going to get some wash through. But what happens is with that being wide open, that's going to push that straight on downstream. It's going to make it easier for us to clean up because if it gets hung up on those sides, we can get to it. My guys can get that stuff. But if it gets hung up in that narrow area where it's mucky and it's hard to get to, it makes it very challenging. So they're substantially complete with the dredging, but what they'll do operationally is come back and you see that big bag that's up there on the west side. They'll bust that open once it's completely dry and gone firm, and they're going to spread that and add about 40 yards of good clean soil to the top, and then we'll seed that to where it'll firm up and hold to the bank, and that'll complete the process.
You ever stock that lake with bass?
Parks and Wildlife actually is going to do another bass stocking. They did their survey maybe 18 months ago, and they did notice that some of the bass were a little bit undersized. And so what they were trying to do was get some more feeder fish in there before they stocked, because you're putting more pressure on the bass that's already in there. So that was one of their plans, come back and also begin to add a few more of the fish that people like, panfish like crappie, and some of the other feeder fish that these larger fish can feed on. And with the trout, that trout program is really great because as it gets warmer, the trout have a tendency to get less active and they'll want to go down. If there's any left, and those bass will feed on the trout.
Man, I kicked over a bucket of minnows in there last week, so I helped out.
Whoa.
So I fished for about 20 minutes. 'Cause yeah.
How often would those restrooms be cleaned?
Probably 3 times a day.
Okay.
Somebody will come in and check them in the morning. Anything that needs to be tidied up from if something got missed the night before. Somebody will come through typically midday. And then at shift change, we're at 2 o'clock where we have our evening guys come in. They will probably make that part of their routine to go and look. I haven't set their schedule, but it'll be multiple times. And then when they go at the end of the night, which those restrooms will probably close around 10 o'clock, like the other restrooms do. So they'll go in and clean for the evening and lock them up. But when the guys come in the morning, sometimes you're at the end of your day, you might be tired, you might miss something. So we want to make sure that when it's open, that everybody goes into a perfectly clean environment.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Williams and Mr. Benford.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Have a couple items that we want to go over, part of our report. One of them is our street initiatives this year. And kind of pull back on, really just discuss the council, what we're going to pull back on and kind of explain why a little bit. So previously, last year, when we were looking at the roads and streets we were going to do, Lawrence was included. And that came out to be about $250,000 for just that stretch of Lawrence. And that's in partnership with the county for that portion of the project. And still $250,000. But what the county does is basically they just come through and turn it up. And they don't give it, they don't bring in any new material. They use stabilizer with the existing material. But what we've found in just making repairs, because Lawrence is not, it's kind of deteriorating. And so anyhow, so what we found, I guess discovered, or what we found, and what we're going to do about it going forward. But either way, what we found was that there's no subgrade there. It doesn't really exist on, those were annexed, those were old county roads at some point. So they were never built to specifications and standards that we currently have. So if we put $250,000 into rebuilding Lawrence using the county, 5 or 7 years, if that. You can't perpetuate going back with asphalt. You can't know that you can extend the life of it 15 or 20 years out once you do that, just because there's no base underneath it. So, so what we want to do is, going into budget this year, look at, Jared, if you'll bring up what we've already done, is like we consulted with 2 different engineering firms, one Kimley-Horn and one with Westfall, just to get, it's not completely inclusive, but just kind of a ballpark estimate of what it would take. So both of them came out to be about 1.4 million. And but that's just removing everything there, going 12 inches down and bringing in new base, rebuilding a base, and then going back with asphalt. That doesn't address sidewalk, and it doesn't address drainage. So, there's a lot to look at. We can obviously look at this if that's council's desire when we start looking at this coming year, and just doing this. But again, we're kind of thinking in terms of, do we want to put potentially $1.4 million into something when that would be the opportunity to put, it may be a lot more money, but that might be the opportunity then to do it. But those are all discussion around. So either way, we are not recommending doing Lawrence this year, and that's what we wanted to just kind of let council know about. So, and be thinking about Lawrence, the big picture going forward with the school there. Just, we do get a lot of, residents that are wanting connectivity, they're wanting sidewalks, just kids walking from school. There's no place for them to walk and open
What's the
ditches there.
Distance, how long is that?
It is.
Well, the whole thing's not ours.
So we can't even do the whole thing.
No. Unless we can work with, work with the county
Yeah.
on participating in that.
It sounds like they have a method that we don't think is gonna work for it.
So the northern half's ours and the southern half is just county?
Yeah, well, so we have from on Crestview, the southern property line on Crestview, we have that to Pierce. And that is 2,400 feet. And then we have from Lawrence to the northern property line on Bryan Terrace, which is about 1,000 feet. And then,
Either end.
so here in this center section,
About a third of it's county.
right,
I thought the whole thing. Okay. Thank you, sorry.
Let's see. So there's that, and then Jared can pull up and discuss a little bit of, so next meeting, we want to bring to council approval for the streets that we're recommending doing this year. It's just Lawrence won't be on there like we had previously discussed. So,
so working with Ellis County, kind of how much availability do they have? Because we do get, it's about $4 or $5 less per square yard. Shouldn't sound like much, but that's a lot when it comes to all the pavement that we're doing. So partnering with the county, we're looking at doing Highland, which is actually the lowest rated street in the city. So I'm super happy to get that done. It's not a very long project, but it partners really well with Leonard, L&B, and then Water Street, from Waller down to the railroad tracks. And then last year we did Pebble Creek from Ranch Road to Houston School, and then we did Ranch Road. And so now we're going to do the second half of that neighborhood with Pebble Creek Lane, Bow Creek, and Bow Creek Court. And that's all in partnership with Precinct 4. On the eastern end of town, Tom Driver, we can't partnership with Precinct 4 because it's not in their precinct. So that would just be with Texas Bit. So we would do the entirety of Tom Driver through Texas Bit. So that would be going in, milling everything that's there, doing cement stabilization in the subgrade, and then overlaying that with 2.5 inches of asphalt. And then we are looking at micro surfacing Main Street north of Red Oak Road and Summit Street in its entirety. And with that, we would go through with our asphalt zipper that we've just received and that y'all just approved the asphalt laydown machine for tonight. So we'll be going through there, making any patch repairs that are needed, and then doing the micro surfacing through a different company than we used last time. This will be through Viking instead of the other one utilizing Grand Prairies.
yeah, Grand Prairie.
Grand Prairies
Interlocal
Interlocal Agreement. So, yeah.
Any questions? Nope.
Yes, sorry. I received an email today about a resurface that I guess we did on Cole Road. And they emailed saying that they have some, they noticed some crumbling.
Okay.
So I'll forward that to you and I'll CC you, Todd, and Jonathan on that as well. I don't know if that's a good opportunity to use that machine or not, but
Yeah.
yeah, they
Yeah.
did, they says 8 feet by 3 feet. So I'll send that to you. So it's coming to you now.
Yeah, we will definitely evaluate those as they come in, especially on the new roads. It's a lot easier to go in and fix them as soon as they become an issue than letting them go for
They're not
15.
under warranty.
So with those, we typically get about a 1 year.
Well,
If it's,
and that's kind of, if we could apply something like that, it's really hard to do, but it would have to really show that it's, someone would show that it's the contractor's fault, or it was, it's failure in their process when they were installing
Like when
it.
you do that to the county.
Huh?
Mess that around.
Yeah,
Sounds like they didn't do their things right.
Yeah, they're on Lawrence. We actually, a couple places where it was, that microsurfacing really didn't adhere. We were pulling it up and the subgrade was, I mean, you had 2 inches of asphalt and then you should have, 6 inches of stabilized subgrade. It was just dirt. So it's. that's
Yeah, and
why
it does,
was-
at that point, what we're saying is it doesn't matter what surface you put on that with, if the base isn't, subgrade isn't stabilized and you can't maintain it, then you're just really, you just don't know how long it's gonna last, but you're, in the end, you're putting, throwing the money away at that point, so.
All right.
So that's roads. Just briefly touch on, we, over the last year, we've been working with, Kimley Horn, Engineering on our impact fees. So, 2018, council determined, went through the process and, went through a study and came up with the impact fees. So, 5 years later, we're looking at it again, just to potentially update the fees, but we're also added in the, doing a study for having impact fee for streets as well. So, so in this process, what I have here is kind of a calendar agenda of what we're trying to get behind now that we have everything's been put together by engineering. Now it comes down to, and like the CIAC, it's Capital Improvement Advisory Committee. So that committee, I think previously it was put together through P and Z members. And I think we're trying to do that again. I think Mr. Hartman brought that up at the last P and Z meeting to that committee. So, so we can try to put this together. So they'll meet and potentially look at any comments they may have. So, and then Todd will be working with council as far as any coordination.
Yeah, we'll have to have council approve who that is at the next meeting.
Yeah.
And I think we may have to have one individual member who is a member of real estate development, builder, industry. That we could.
Council plus.
Right.
It's either a
Right.
developer
We'll
or
have P and Z
somebody-
plus that person.
Right.
Okay, serve on that committee. And the committee can either meet as an entire committee, or they can review the information and give comments back without having to have individual meetings.
Change that line.
Okay.
We just wanted to bring that to council's attention where we are at that, and then try to start fitting this into a schedule so we can eventually this can get before council.
All right.
That's all we have. Unless there's any questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, the time is 10:01, and we will go into executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code, section 551.071, 551.087, 551.072, and 551.074. And we need.
If Chief Blanton can come in first, and then we'll ask Kyle to come in, and then we'll ask Lee to come in.
surgery, so I'm gonna go, my wife and I are gonna go and stay with him the whole time too. But he'll be there for 3 days. I'm only gonna stay till after surgery though.
Yes, Thursday night. I wanna take
Thursday night?
Yeah. What are you gonna do?
What time?
7:30.
Oh, well, I'll probably, I'm sure I may be back home by then. Yeah, so where? Okay, yeah, okay.
Come every day.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just shoot me a text, cause I'll be so wound up with it. Be great.
All right, good. So the time is
Tomorrow.
12:07. And we will reconvene back into executive session. Was there any action item that need to be? Okay, no action items need to be taken care of, so I'll entertain a motion at 12:08 to adjourn, and that was Goodwin.
Second.
And that was
Everybody else?
everybody else. Those in favor?
Good one, I.
Drake, I.
That's passes 4-0. And thank you for your staying so late and
Yes.